He has just done this. Write the S. What's the next letter? P, eh? Okay, let's write the P. Yeah, you've so far written the stick. Put the berry. Okay, what's the next letter? A. Let's write the A. Put the thing in the middle. Give your neighbor a high five. Let's take our seats. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the quiz starts now. So the tech team that we're working with, please flash. I see you bringing microphones. I expect that they should be flashing the quiz. I think let's try to use sign language. Do you have the quiz ready? It's coming? Okay, you flash. For one reason or the other, because of the physical audience, I had forgotten our online audience. I want to welcome also our online audience. We've had about 2 sessions. Can I ask, by show of hands, how many of us have used our handles on social media to post something about the conference? What has moved you? By show of hands. Fear the Lord, not the people. Yeah. Fear the Lord. Raise your hand without intimidation if you have used your handle to post something on your social media. I'm not seeing the hands. Please raise. Yeah. So the rest of you, what are you doing? Huh? You are going to, eh? You are shy? You need a virtual boyfriend. Because these physical ones you may not handle if you're shy. All right, can I request everyone to do some scanning? Now, if you point your camera and you see that in the next 5 seconds or maximum 10 it's not doing anything, you know that the phone has not given the error. I hope you understand. So for some of you, your phone will immediately show. Some of you go to the Play Store, download the QR. The moment you download, you need a phone update. Yeah, because your phone has to do it automatically. By show of hands, who have entered the quiz? Show of hands, who have entered the quiz? By show of hands, who has entered the quiz? Madam, what phone are you holding? Okay, you have entered. Okay, I was worried. I hope that the quiz can also be found online because we have an online community that is streaming in live. For the rest of us, let's respond. I am seeing someone peeping in the other's phone. That's not correct. We are assessing knowledge. How much you know, so be honest to tell us. The first 10 people to answer have gifts. So the moment you're done answering, you raise your hand. The person who is seeing who has our gifts, look around. Don't rush through to answer. Slowly and give us objective responses. Excuse me? Excuse? Have you left the examination room? Oh, okay. I was worried. The moment you submit, please let me know by raising your hand. I need at least half of the room. Then we'll give some answers. This must be a hard exam. All right. How many of us have successfully submitted? By show of hands. Don't raise your hand halfway. Raise it like this so I can see. All right. I'm sure that for us who have submitted, the parts that we have passed most, does your organization have? Do you intend? Where, in your opinion, do you think? Those ones I think we've excelled. But the first 8 questions, they needed a lot of research. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite Noah here, Noah from ABI, to come as we finalize with our quiz, because it's going to set up part of our conversation. Noah, wherever you are, please come. At least you have 50% of the room. If you need more responses, I'm sure that by the time you set foot, we should be able to pick more responses. Please continue until we fill up. For some of you, we are going to send your answers to you and your boss, so you have an internal evaluation of who is not doing what is expected of them. So far that's where we lie. Let's welcome Noah with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Noah, not Noah in Ibra's accent. So he has been roasting everybody. So I'm here to advocate for the rest of us in roasting him as well. Yes. We are doing well. I think in the interest of time, we can stop here. We have some good feedback. 69, 70 is a good number. So, let's look at how we are faring in terms of knowledge about the most important business agenda for the world right now. So, yeah. Okay, how many are still attempting to share responses? 1 or 2, good. Yeah, let's look at how we are performing. Yes, let's look at the scores for sustainability. Yes, so that's number 1. You're displaying number 2. Yes, so 2 of us have got it right. 2 out of 72 responses are right in terms of the definition for sustainability. And it is okay. This is fine. This is why we have these sessions, so that we can be able to discuss and appreciate these things. So the 3 options below were the correct ones. And I'm going to, take you through a short presentation which will show us why, for example, 1 is not, irrespective of us having, 22 of us having checked it as the right definition for sustainability. You can scroll down. ESG, 49, about half of us who have responded have got it right. So clap for yourselves for that. Huh? This is more important than sustainability, the word. So it means in terms of know-how, we have the right knowledge regarding what we need to do to be sustainable. Let's go to number 3. environmentally, socially responsible investments. Yes, so about a half of us who got ESG right have also got this right. Again, that goes to show that we are not at zero in terms of know-how, but we need to get more into these concepts and practices because, again, of what we know. As if you're talking SDGs, if you're talking sustainable development, these are at the core. You can't do what you don't know. 4, green growth. We are almost at the same level of knowledge for the ESRI and green growth. Let's go down. Yes. Environmental and social performance management. This is actual implementation, how you measure what you're doing on ESG. So you see the score for ESG is close to the one for ESPM, which means, again, we are knowledgeable in terms of what we need to do and how we need to manage ourselves and our institutions to do it. The issue now is broadening our understanding so that we can do more. Let's go to number 6. Okay, so again, this score is within the 30s. You realize the level of knowledge on sustainability and the related terminologies, concepts, practices is around the same in terms of our knowledge. Let's go down. Let's continue further down. Let's look at the aspects. How do we feel about this issue of sustainability and how are we living it as institutions or as individuals? This is another good one. So you realize that most of us, about a half or thereabout of us have the environmental policies. That's a score that is again related to the score we have for ESG, because the policies actually express the commitments of the institution in terms of implementing ESG. So you realize, you see, the way we align our institutions is oftentimes related to what we know. So if we are doing so, if we are so much aware of ESG and sustainability, we align our institutions better, policies-wise. Let's go to 9. Almost the same for the systems. I'll be keen on hearing how we are mainstreaming this in our systems. Then let's go down. Yes, let's go down to 11. Look at that. So, again, we are doing a lot of trainings, but these, especially the climate things in terms of dedicating money for training for staff to know about them, is low. You realize that this score for dedicated budget for training is related to the average scores on each of the other aspects, in the range of 30%. So if you look at the nose, they are also in the range of 30%. Again, when we don't train, it's not very automatic that staff will know. Yet they are expected to implement this. Let's look at, I see a few people are still sending in their feedback. Let's go to 12. Now, look at the passion. So we are passionate about it, but passionate from the point of getting to appreciate or leave it. Everyone is excited about leaving their wealth to the next generation, but the how comes from the systems, from the policies, from the budgets, where we are not as enthusiastic to invest and apply ourselves as we are enthusiastic about, being passionate about these issues of climate change and ESG and sustainability. Let's go to To 12, yes, we think about the consequences, but action again is still limited. We can go down. Consulting. This is also another issue. So again, you see our investment, both in terms of time and money, to pursue more knowledge is within the range, is related to the range with which we appreciate these issues. Let's go down. Okay, this is good feedback. About 50% of us are separating biodegradables from non-biodegradables. But separating is not enough. You also need to be aware of or cognizant of where you dispose it finally. Because you'll go in some places, they sort their waste, but the collector who collects it from that office to take to Chitezi mixes it up again. So good effort at office, but not a very good effort for the last destination, the end, where the final destination. Let's go to 16. Okay, we are keen on managing our power bills. Almost everyone puts off lights and electronic devices when not in use. So again, on issues which do not very directly cause us to spend, we are not keen. Those which cause us to spend, we are keen, either in terms of doing them or not doing them. Let's go down to 17. The same, and the same. So, let's go now to the presentation. Let's look at how these terminologies are related. ESG, yeah, thank you. So very quickly, just to bring all of us up to speed, let's start from the known. The known is that every business, even every individual, their existence and operation is anchored on 3 pillars. Every day, those pillars have capacity to shut us down within 24 hours. Every business, all of us here. When we have an issue with any of those 3 anchors or business anchors, we don't open shop tomorrow. The first one is the environment. If the sun is too hot, the rain is too much, the air quality is too bad, we don't open shop tomorrow. We are out of business the next day, if it is extreme. And the best example for us here is Chitezi. Within just a few seconds, the whole world got to know that Chitezi now is a no-go. Just in an instant. The same applies to our business. If the rain is too much and washes away our office, if the temperatures are too high and AC cannot handle, we are out of business. So, from the environment side, you're mainly managing the internal risks of the environment, waste management issues, energy, water, and the rest. But from the external, you're looking at your footprint through your clients. If I'm giving loans, if I'm selling phones, what does that mean? Where do they end up? What are my loans going to do if I'm Momo or Airtel Money, or Weole, or Clinic Pesa? Where does my money, what is my money doing on the environment? The third is a positive one. There is money to be made by all of us here by just managing the environment and the issues around the environment the right way. The next aspect, which has capacity to shut us down in a few minutes or a few hours is the community. And the community is mainly composed of two important entities we need to be cognizant of. First one is the client. Second is staff. Again, any of those two have capacity to cause us to send mails of saying office is closed until further notice. And they are keen on one aspect, which is quality of life. Whether it is a client, they want convenience, they want good rates, they want a free service, reliable service. Their quality of life is good. Staff, same. Good salary, good bonus. No, everyone's voice is heard. No one feels discriminated. We are good to go. The quality of life of staff is good. The third one is the investor. An investor means anyone who gets money out of their pockets to give it to you or to put it in the business so that you can operate. Those are the three. If any of them is not happy, the business it shuts down. In 24 hours, they have capacity to say, no, we've closed. Community-based example is Mandamano of Kenya. Huh? Yeah, Gen Z's pushed the president, and the guy had to even start using unconventional means to talk to them, begging literally. Community. So investors we know. I don't think those ones need a lot of explanation. So how then do we deal with them on a daily? For climate, whether you're looking at it from the internal aspects of your business or the external, as we know, after COVID-19, the most important risk to business globally is climate change. So, one, you have to adapt to the changing climate. Why is that important? Because, as we know, Africa is not, or Uganda is not the greatest emitter, but we are the least, among the least prepared. We have a spot in the top 10 unprepared or least prepared countries globally to deal with climate change. I usually use the example of someone with low immunity, but who does not sleep under a mosquito net. So any female anopheles mosquito which feasts on you, then tomorrow is hospital. The second aspect, so climate change adaptation is about just enabling that you're ensuring your business continues to operate irrespective of the changing climate. So if you're talking about having a roof, irrigating, having a jumper for coldness, having AC for cooling, having improved seed, having mixed farming, shade crops, anything you do to ensure that you're on the good side of the weather or the climate is climate change adaptation. Second aspect is ensuring that you do not contribute to making the climate change problem worse. And that's where, again, fintechs play a key role. If I'm talking about the cost, the emissions that you guys are eliminating by making sure that transactions are people can do them without having to move to branches, without having to drive a car to go to a place, that's exactly what you're doing. Your emissions will reduce or even stop just by fintechs doing their job. The third one is biodiversity conservation. Again, environment is about life at the end of the day. Whether it is for earthworms or beetles or human beings or cows, it's about life. Biodiversity is raw material for everything. So we must ensure that all organisms, whether it is below ground, above ground, on ground, continue to thrive because we need them. For medicines, for food, for clothing, and anything else we need to survive. So environmental responsibility is about the climate, is about the environment. Social responsibility is about the community. So we have the HR issues handled under the HR department to do with staff management. We have clients' issues being handled by the front-facing departments of the institution to ensure that clients are happy. Then we have investors. They are keen on risk and return, as we know, and we address that from the governance side. When you do all these three, the environmental responsibility, social responsibility, governance responsibility, you have greened your institution. Let me use this opportunity to also emphasize that greening is not about planting trees. It's not about chlorophyll. That's part of why we are getting it wrong on the definitions, on the quiz. Greening is not about planting trees exclusively. Greening is a metaphor to mean that you're good to go. You're doing everything right. Investors are happy, you're giving them the return, managing the risks. Community is happy, staff are happy, clients are happy, and the environment is happy. You're managing the climate well. You can continue to do business irrespective of the changing climate, but you're not contributing to making the climate change problem worse. So if I implement E, S, and G, I've greened my institution. I'm good to go. Just like you're on traffic lights and you see green. It means the way is clear for you. It's only when you're green, that is when you're implementing E and S and G, that you become sustainable. And sustainability is a result. It's like love. Huh? Yeah, you don't get it, you don't act it. It's not an action. You do things which make you loved or lovable. If the result or impact of environmental responsibility is climate resilience for us in Africa, you want to keep in business irrespective of the changing climate. The sustainability indicator for social responsibility are a few of those or more of those: transparency, participation, equity, equality. You achieve those by ensuring quality of life of clients and staff, which is addressed there. Staff, HR department. Clients, the client-facing departments, whether it is marketing, whether it is all these departments that are keen on ensuring staff are happy. Good governance is, of course, money, in terms of revenue, in terms of profit, in terms of return. Then on the risk management, there are issues to do with compliance and accountability. Again, impact without an explanation around the revenue and profits is not impact. So we tend to make a mistake of thinking, say, oh, impact investors, they are not keen on return. Really? They are keen on return. That's why after you pitching to them, then they'll ask you and say, once we've finished, we've given you this grant and it has run out, you've implemented a successful project with us. How are you going to sustain these initiatives? It's a returns discussion. If they are giving you a grant, you don't need to promise them profit. No. But they want to be sure how you'll continue to finance this initiative they've started with you after they've left. You must be making money. You can't be saying by then, if you have died, I will now come to your kids whom you have left your assets with, and I ask for continuous funding. No, it won't work. So this is the relationship between climate action or climate change, ESG, greening, and sustainability. I'm sure if you went back to the quiz, the outcomes will be different. So I thought it is good for us to just take some time to have a discussion about this, to ensure that we are at the same level. Now, for branding and marketing purposes, investors or business entities choose how they want to brand their activities. So I can say, me, I'm an impact investor. Another one will say, I'm a climate investor. Another one will say, I'm a sustainability investor. Another one will say, I'm a green investor. Another one will say, I'm a social investor. But all of them are doing the same thing. They're financing ESG-related activities. If you're a social investor and say you're investing in a refugee hosting, a refugee community, you're giving them seed for them to make money. So, if refugees are in an area which is prone to climate change, what do? The development assistance you're giving them is going to be, in terms of seed, is going to be climate smart seed. So you're investing in environmental responsibility activities to support, to advance your social cause as a social investor. But you're ensuring that the ones you're working with, be it CBOs or NGOs, you're subjecting them to due diligence to be sure that they are well governed, that your money won't be stolen, it will go to the right uses, it will do the right things. So by the time we finish looking at the structure of your project as a social investor, the checklist is basically about ticking off E and S and G. Another one will say, I'm a sustainability investor. Same story. Another one will say, I'm an investor for return. I'm a bank. But when you look at their sustainability report, it has E and S and G. They are reporting on profits, reporting on clients, reporting on staff, reporting on how they are managing wastes, and their portfolio of how they are making money in investing in climate-smart investments, which is the opportunities. So these things are the same. Only that we can choose to amplify the results. So you'll talk more about sustainability. We can choose to amplify the process and actions. We'll talk more about greening, or we can choose to amplify the traditional aspects of how we've been doing business. Client-oriented, high, best risk, rather best return kind of institution in terms of what investors want, but we are doing the same thing. So I would like to close this here and invite our distinguished panelists to take us through the next phase of this session, where we'll be discussing how these are being applied within the fintech's world and what more we need to do to become greener, to become more sustainable, to become more ESG compliant. Does that sound good? Good. So let me hand over to Ibra. He has better ways of introducing panelists, so that he can do the intro for panelists. You come and introduce. Why are you making life difficult? If you refuse, I will disclose your score for the quiz. Thank you. A round of applause once again to all of us for going through the quiz, but secondly, for doing what we are doing. Each of us is doing something here, so we are not at zero. ESG is not new. We just need to appreciate it better and mainstream it better. That's one. We are all doing something around sustainability, around greening. We just need to appreciate the entire spectrum of this, whether it is greening or sustainability, and go last mile, go all the way up to the last mile, and improve on areas where we may not be doing it the way we should do it. Over to you.
Can we give Noah a big clap? So Noah, I hope you're not going very far. I want to invite the representative from Amphio and then FutureLink to make their way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, join me in welcoming our panelists. So as the saying goes, ladies first, I'll allow you fully introduce yourself in your capacity. because it's a conversation. We want to move away from reading your resumes and CVs and bios, but just to keep it at a level where we get to know you, and then I'll be able to hand back to Noah.
My name is Jacqueline Babazi, and I'm the Executive Director at the Association of Microfinance Institutions of Uganda.
And I'm Vincent Tumejuche, CEO at FutureLink Technologies.
And sir, the moderator.
I'm Noah Omjisha. I serve at ABI as the head Green Growth and Business Development Services. Those who may not be aware of what ABI does, we lend to institutions which lend to agribusinesses, and fintechs are definitely one of them. So you're welcome as partners. Then we offer guarantees to encourage those who are not keen on lending to agribusinesses, who think it is so risky and non-appetizing to also lend. And then we build capacity. You may be wondering, how do I enter into this agribusiness financing space? So again, you're welcome. And we don't do it alone. As you know, ABI is a wholesale lender. So we are counting on Vicent and the rest of the fintechs. We are counting on the apexes, like Amfu, to basically push this down and ensure that the agribusiness ecosystem is performing to the best of its potential.
Okay.
So
you,
maybe before I start, thank you, Ibra. Before I start, I'll request first Vicent to briefly take us through what FutureLink does, and then I'll also request Jackie to do the same, and then we can kick off our ESG discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. So FutureLink Technologies is licensed as a national payment system operator by the central bank, and we are a community-driven marketplace for financial services. So we are a two-sided platform. On one side, we enable the unbanked and underserved to access and choose the most relevant and affordable financial services provided by a growing network of financial cooperatives, SACCOs, on our platform. And on the other side, we enable the SACCOs to acquire and retain customers, mobilize, access affordable financing, grow transaction revenues, and reduce infrastructure cost to about 10% what they would ordinarily spend if they were to manage the infrastructure by themselves. Now, the whole idea is that because the unbanked have, in a way, been left out, we believe that by enabling the SACCOs provide these financial services, we are allowing them to actually influence the quality of the services because they are the owners of these institutions, but also the delivery and the pricing of financial services, thereby, democratizing financial services.
Thank you. Jackie?
Okay. So Amfu's role is defined in its name as the Association of Microfinance Institutions. Our membership cuts across various categories of financial institutions whose core business is microfinance. That means targeting the bottom of the pyramid, and who are invested in ensuring improved quality of life for the customers that they serve. And in terms of what we do with them is basically similar to what Fitspa does. Actually, we have an MOU with Fitspa to work together, and lobby and advocacy, capacity building, performance monitoring, basically the major things that associations do with their members. Yeah.
Okay, so let's kick our sustainability discussion off with the fintech man, Vincent, what do you see as the role of fintechs in enabling sustainability? It could be, you can look at it from the fintechs ecosystem. It can also be from the general financial services ecosystem. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that we are living in a time of unprecedented opportunity when you think about fintech, because Africa has the largest population that is unbanked in a way. So the kind of work that is here is actually in terms of doing some work to include societies, to include communities, is enormous. But with that comes really a lot of responsibility. Now, coming to technology, technology is positioned in such a way that you are able to accelerate what you have clarified. You are able to scale what you have clarified. So if you have a clarity on the mission of what you need to do, the communities you need to serve, you are able to then automate and reach more communities. So in terms of accelerating and deepening green financing, fintechs now come in terms of reducing carbon emissions, for example, the paperwork that is actually printed out. In terms of measuring impact, because that is also another area where you can have so many people talk, but where is the data? Because it's the data that then influences policy, it influences strategy, it informs the kind of partnerships that you actually need to get. When you have really moved from measurement, at the point of product offering, you have an opportunity to educate, because if the customer is looking out for a product at that time when they are actually accessing, so you are able to use the channel of delivery of the financial services to actually educate. Well, with the limitations, of course, you can always improve, but at the time of delivery of this service, you have an opportunity to actually educate and create awareness of the aspect of greening. So fintechs really are a wonderful tool in our time.
Thank you. Vincent, like I'd said, fintechs remodel the way of accessing, the logistics around accessing, even the form and format of accessing. Where we used to go and fill a voucher or do paperwork at the banking hall, all that, for example, now has been replaced, say, by a fingerprint or biometrics. So fintechs do everything, whether it is to do with the environmental responsibility aspects, whether it is to do with the social responsibility aspects. Maybe, Jack, you could come here and talk about the role of fintechs on improving governance, especially when you're looking at managing risks, when you're also looking at enabling institutions to maximize profits. How do you see fintechs playing that role in the financial services sector?
Okay, thank you, Noah. Well, first of all, in the microfinance sector, the most important ingredient of what we do is the customer. And so improving the quality of life of the customer is what we look at. And if most of the time we find that institutions concentrate on metrics that prove the soundness of an institution, but on the other hand, if you look at the customer metrics, they are almost non-existent. They're very few. In the microfinance sector, that is major. It is required. You're really required to report on your social relevance, environmental relevance, and so on. But most institutions would use anecdotal evidence. But if you're just talking about one lady that has transformed her life by moving from using a lantern to maybe solar, and you are not presenting the aggregated picture of the sector, then it would not hold as much impact as it would if you actually had data. So with the fintechs coming in and providing an opportunity for us to be able to collect this data and report on it, it actually shows what contribution the sector has been making in terms of environmental and social impact. The first institution I worked at, a microfinance institution, was an institution that concentrated a lot on social relevance. And we used to collect a lot of data on big sheets, very big sheets. They would fill the entire table. Customer information in terms of household behavior, income, in terms of how the business is doing, how much land you're cultivating. All that information was collected every time we were doing any appraisal. And it was always stored somewhere in a big records store, full, a whole huge room. So very rich data, but that data was never translated into making any decisions that will actually improve the quality of life of the customer, just collected and stored there. Why? There was a challenge on how to translate this data into information. So with the coming in of the fintechs, these are people we can partner with to be able to prove this, because for us it is at the center of what we do. The channel that we need to be able to bring this out is actually what the fintechs provide. And we have a working relationship with Fitspa that is going to enable us to do this better. We look forward to the next Fitspa conference having a report that is actually detailing issues of ESG.
Thank you, Jackie. Just on getting back to this issue of you and partnering with Fitspa and the members under Fitspa, if we could just maybe broaden it even beyond apexes, because Fitspa is an apex, AMFU is an apex. We have UMRA, which is regulating fintechs, but also regulating the banking financial institutions, Tier 4, to be very specific. Is the ground level for these partnerships to thrive and also to be productive? Do you think beyond, because you are an enabler, Fitspa is an enabler, do we have, for example, the right policies now to enable that to happen?
I would say not exactly. We are in the process. We are in the process of, for instance, bringing the regulator on board. And as we all know, ESG can never be a one-size-fits-all. What for instance, Uganda breweries will define in their ESG strategy and policy and so on will not be the same as the financial services sector. That's why we need a proper taxonomy that will actually define what ESG is for the financial services sector. That's why we need the regulators to come on board. Some of our members that are regulated, for instance, by BOU, they say, okay, for us, we've taken that time to look at issues of the social relevance, responsible lending, responsible investments, and having these products that suit the clients and the proper channels that will actually reach the customers in a more convenient way. But that comes with a huge cost, which may not be the same for an institution that is, for instance, a commercial bank, where you don't have to deal with like the high-risk customer with the unsecured loans, with movable security and so on. But when it comes to assessing the performance of these institutions, they are taken at the same level by the regulator, irrespective of their ESG contribution and involvement and the investment that they are putting there. The regulator will only look at the financial bottom line and will not consider these other aspects. So that can also be a disincentive for the institutions because the regulator has not been brought on board. So we need to have more stakeholders coming on board in the financial services sector, and let us agree on policies that actually work for us as the players in the sector, and how these will actually improve our relevance. And ESG and sustainability are very key for you to be able to improve your relevance as a player in this sector. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jackie, maybe, you've talked about what we don't have. But maybe it would also be good to talk about the initiatives that are already existing in the sector, either ongoing or have already happened, to enable us transition from just being entities that do business anchored on the G and the S to be businesses that are anchored on full anchors of sustainability, which is E, S, and G. Because as we all know, social responsibility, client and staff, good governance, which is risk and return, is what business as usual for everyone has been. We now have to bring the E on board. What has happened or is happening that will enable us to make that transition, and how can fintechs participate? Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. So first of all, with support from ABI, we are already sitting with the regulator to be able to draft a framework for the microfinance sector, an ESG framework that will actually guide how institutions can be able to have ESG institutionalized and streamlined in their organizations, and take it from a place where it is looked at as corporate social responsibility, a one-off or a project that is separated, because this institutionalization is what will help in ensuring that it is part of the governance system of the organization. The board is talking about it, management knows about it. There are performance indicators. Just as you produce your financial report, you also, having an ESG report that actually board discusses at the level that staff performance indicators actually also include ESG indicators, and that they are not seen as a separate part of the organization, but an integral part of it. And of course, issues of looking at occupational health and safety for staff, and all those are embedded in there. We have a performance monitoring tool that our members report to us using, and this was upgraded to include ESG indicators. So we are actually able to produce an industry report that includes ESG indicators. And while most institutions looked at the environmental aspects as an NGO thing, not part of, let the NGOs do their part, and for us, let's provide the financial services, there is increased knowledge in knowing the responsibility of you as a financial institution in terms of how you impact the environment, because actually you're the starting point. If you are not assessing how, for instance, the businesses that you fund are affecting the environment, then you are the starting point that is actually precipitating this to happen. And of course, looking at all the adaptation, the customer sensitization on environmental issues, those are things that are already ongoing in the sector. And we've had a lot of guidance from ABI. They have developed a taxonomy also that is actually guiding us to be able to define what ESG is for us as a financial sector. Yes.
Thank you, Jackie. So just for letting everyone else in the room know, so beyond the framework for tier 4s where fintechs fall that we are supporting its development. We already have the ESG framework for tiers 1 to 3. So, and that one was developed in partnership with UBA. I think the project was led by Eva and Patricia. Patricia is here. You can wave at us for those who may not know you, so that we can come and ask about the framework. But we have also supported about 27 financial institutions to develop green policies, environmental policies specifically, because you remember they already have policies which are focusing on the S and the G aspects of the business. We've supported over 40 financial institutions to develop green loan products, again to be able to offer the financing that does not only address the money-making bits and the financial inclusion bits, but also the environmental responsibility bits. And we are continuing to do more. We want to hear from you. What would you need? Because ABI is about the market. What you ask for is what we offer. Thank you, Jackie, for that. Let me get to Vincent. So Jackie has placed the mandate of greening the sector or enabling sustainability on fintechs, as she actually said, the responsibility is on you to ensure that what you're financing or the transactions you're enabling are not making the community worse, are not making the environment worse, are not making the investors unhappy. Again, most institutions have already tried to take care of the social and the good governance aspects, minus the environmental responsibility aspect. I know you have, you support hundreds of financial institutions to have MISs, Management Information Systems, that are able to report on each parameter of the business. From your experience, how, for the financial institutions you've supported to update their systems to capture the environmental responsibility aspects in terms of their reporting, portfolio, and the rest, what needs to be done and how can it be done? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Noah. Just as you have mentioned, FutureLink supports about 180 institutions with a branch network of about 340 across the country. And with that, we are able to see data. And I think, like you have mentioned, there is a huge responsibility on fintechs. And I think I could point out two particular areas. One is that right from the design of the financial services, can people be aware of this responsibility of climate change? So if you are talking about a loan product, does the technology actually enable the financial institution to actually define a new product that is responsive to climate adaptation, to climate mitigation, to biodiversity conservation? Can they actually track right from the beginning when the service is actually being offered? And then as the fintechs which have data, can you actually, using data analytics, foster competitiveness in terms of not just waiting for the institution to actually report at the end of the month, but can people actually see in real time how the other colleagues are actually doing? This is what we've been able to do. We have, with the support from ABI, and I know a number of other institutions which are here, we have enabled these institutions to capture this information. But in addition, we have built what you would call an industry dashboard. So the institution staff are able to log into their core banking and right there be able to see how they are doing on this particular metric in consideration of the top 3% in that regard. And they are able, the system is able then to give them the recommendations that they need to actually take care of. That is, so that you drive competitiveness, Because some people really ignore, after attending such a conference, we are excited, then we go home, and then these metrics never appear in our boardrooms. They never get measured until the next workshop. So we have made it very difficult for anyone to ignore a metric that has been designated as important. And what we have seen now with the different boards that we have gone to, they have said, this is what you should have started with. Because until then, they did not know how to actually measure some of the aspects. So you have a development partner who goes there, but they do not know in a very simple way, how does this person who did not study finance get to measure these aspects of climate adaptation, gender considerations? Do they have actually the metrics? What percentage is this? How have they grown? By what percentage have they grown over the last year? And how has the other industry done? You have all this data in their face, and it cannot be ignored. That is how to influence strategy and policy. Yeah.
Yes, my next question I wanted to ask you, Vincent. You've preempted it, which was, how do we, as fintechs, you may not have as much money as the traditional financial institutions. So you're saying, how do I mainstream all these things? How do I do all these changes and still stay profitable? But then you again said, mainstreaming this makes you resource efficient. Mainstreaming this makes you competitive. Mainstreaming this enables you to attract more investors. So the profitability and sustainability, therefore, aspect is addressed that way. Yeah. We appreciate that we are in between your lunch. We are the people who are stopping Ibra from inviting us for lunch. So let's maybe invite some questions. They can be about the presentation I shared earlier and the quiz. They can also be about what Jackie and Vincent have shared. And then we'll have the parting shots after. So questions are welcome. Thank you.
Is it hunger or you have overly understood?
It can also be a comment. If you think you've learned something and you want to express it, then feel free. It doesn't have to always be a question. Like Ibra has said, you could be saying, "Oops, I thought greening was chlorophyll. Now I appreciate." Or I thought impact doesn't have anything to do with returns. Now I appreciate. So please feel free. We have about 5 minutes, and then we'll get into the parting shots.
Again, I will ask, do we have questions or comments, or additions or subtractions?
What do you like? What don't you like about the session?
No, either the subject is a very complex one, or people have overly understood. Can I quickly ask that we all stand up? Let's stand up. Let us stand up. Let us stand up. Some of you, even in the standing up, it takes you a lot of time. Let us sit down. Yeah, already. Yeah, you just do a bit of stretching. Do we have any more comments? Any comments in regards to ESG? Don't you see? When people stand up, they remember. It's working. No, it's okay. Let me bring you this one. I'm sure by the time you finish submitting, there are more hands that will come. Even me.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kato Trevor. I'm from IoTech Limited. We are a fintech that provides financial services to small to medium enterprises. So now, your discussion about greening and how it relates with fintechs has been quite interesting. And now my question is, for a startup like us, what would be your advice on how we should ensure that greening is applied in the beginning stages as we are growing as a business, especially in terms of scaling? The bigger company becomes, the harder things get, the more things have to be considered. So what would your advice be in terms of scalability and also considering greening? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Noah, as more questions are coming in, this one is particularly to you. I know that we are doing some works. ABI and the Institute of Banking are doing some works together in terms of developing curriculum on ESG, and to see that people can be able to be technically trained, capacity building for institutions. Are there opportunities? I know where you stand in ABI. Are there opportunities for young fintechs, for capacity building, for them to be able to really appreciate this in terms of, stages of operationalization, up to, of course, their board level, and then reporting? Are there such opportunities?
Good. Thank you for the questions. Maybe I'll request Vincent to give a response, and maybe Jackie can also respond to how to get it right the first time as a young institution. What are the considerations?
I think in my view, if you are starting out as a fintech, you need to understand that it is going to be very difficult for you if you do not clarify your purpose. If you just go for the money, you are up in arms with the big boys in the market, because everyone is just focused at the money. So you can be sure that it's just a matter of time and you'll be thrown off the cliff. So in my opinion, I think that if you are starting out, it's very important that you build a social enterprise, a socially attuned enterprise with governance already from the start. Don't wait for the millions. And then with environment. Now by the time some of the institutions that we have worked with started, we did not have this exposure. But now with internet, with ABI around, there is a lot of information. If you are the kind that is reading, my advice to you would be clarify your purpose and know that ESG is the only way you will remain standing. Because if you just go for the money, the banks, the big boys, will just throw you off the cliff. It is the only way you're going to remain relevant. That there are no two ways around it. And the earlier you understand that, the better. So you have just started a company, set up a board. The board will help you to address the risks that you do not see. Allow people to ask you the tough questions right from the beginning, because later is too difficult. And then the customer, never take more than you deserve, because sooner or later, the customer will discover that for a long time you've been ripping them off. And that will actually be the reason why they will run away. So when you build that loyalty with an intention to actually make sure that you are giving the customer more than you are actually charging them, the customer, who are the communities, will defend you. And they will cause many barriers to move out of your way, because the customer is on your side.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vincent. The question might also be, what is the cost? Because, Ugandans, we are good at asking indirect questions directly, or asking direct questions indirectly.
Yes.
Someone says, asking someone whether they would like to have food is not polite. But when you bring the food, So they say, why didn't you ask me? I'm full. If you don't bring the food, they get angry. So maybe he's talking to the bit to do with the balance sheet size. That board, there are costs involved. These, big systems, there are costs involved. How do I start small the right way? Of course, with a bigger vision.
Absolutely. So, what we have studied, and I thank you, Noah, for really clarifying that first session was very clarifying for us to understand that greening is not just talking about planting trees. It's about equitable work. You, having attended such a conference, you can go back home and with further thought, think about, for example, what key metric can demonstrate that you are actually socially responsible in terms of the customers that you are serving. For example, one of the metrics that we have is the savings per capita. That is not defined by anyone. But we know that if we have 1 million people on our platform accessing financial services, we know that over the last 1 year, there was an improvement on the savings per capita from 290,000 to 320. That is something that then begins to actually influence your other products, for example. So do not be overwhelmed by having to have everything. Clarify some 2 metrics. Once you have clarified them, you have started measuring them, and you are making progress, add more metrics, progressively. And then, of course, as you grow, risk continues to grow. So you have more resources, perhaps, then you have the board. And now talking about the board, when we started out with a donated desk with just 1 million shillings, we started out right away with a board. Some people will actually join you because of the mission that you are on, not because of the money you're going to pay for. But do you have a purpose? Do you have a purpose? Clarity of purpose is not anchored in how much money you can make. Purpose is anchored in the communities and lives you will transform. And people at a certain age who have acquired, some success in revenue are now thinking about the legacy that they're going to create. So sell them a mission, sell them a purpose, and say, do you want to actually stay selling colored water in case they are working with Pepsi Cola, or they want to come and transform lives? Challenge them. You will be amazed at how many people are actually thinking about their legacy and the lives they have to actually transform. That has been really our strategy. We don't have really much, but I think our mission has been integral in the success that we have made, and it's still day one.
Okay, thank you for that. In addition, I would say, at ABI we say you don't know what you don't know. So first and foremost, get a mentor. Get a sustainability mentor. That's what I would say. 2, get a sustainability coach. They are different. 3, if you can, get a sustainability sponsor. Sponsors are the ones who may give you a bit of money, give you some grants here and there to enable you put in place a few of the things that you need to be green. So now the question becomes, how many do you know? Who are you networking or networked with to enable you put in place a green institution? So that is critical. The way you go to look for lawyers for legal issues, the way you go to look for accountants for accounts issues, the way you go to look for a pastor or a sheikh for religious issues, is the way you should look for mentorship and coaching around greening. So you need to have a checklist, where you look and say, this is what I should have on the environmental responsibility side. This is what I should have on the social responsibility side. This is what I should have on the good governance side. Then you start to say, okay, small as I am, what can I afford without choking? Then you will start. The other thing I can say, make Google your friend. and ChatGPT and others. Triangulate. Don't rely on one source. It may give you katwa. So these things are very workable, but you must know where to look. You must get the first steps right. I think this is the point when we get into the parting shots. Jackie, in your parting shots, perhaps you can add a word onto. Again, if Amphi, you have a full academy, you have a business consultancy wing, and you're basically supporting institutions, some which are young, others which are mature, others which are even accelerating or, moving away from pilot or trial stage to getting to move. What kind of services can you offer, or how best can young institutions mainstream ESG or green themselves to become sustainable? Then, of course, you'll give us your parting shot.
So, of course, implementing ESG is a pathway. It is a process. And at Amphio, because we realize that it's a process, we work with our members based on the levels at which they are, and support them through a process of improving as they go on. There are certain things that are easy that were already existing in the institution, and the thing is now to actually be intentional about them. You already, for instance, had green products, you had renewable energy products, but then how are you including them and streamlining them into your strategy and having this as part of the reports, for instance, that you produce and present to the board, that you showcase as part of your performance. So we begin with what is already existing. Then we work with you to develop a mission, make ESG part of your mission statement. Once it becomes part of your mission statement and part of your strategy, then it's able to be cascaded into the operations, into your operations. And then you start to look at being environmentally responsive as part of the mission that you intend to, work towards. And when that is achieved, then you know that that organization is actually going to take this as part of the work that they need to do, and part of what they need to achieve, and part of what they need to report on. So we draw a roadmap of integration and institutionalization with them based on what their mission statement is. And so if you go to all this information, a lot of information available, the important thing is to be able to bring it back home, see what is relevant to you, what is relevant to your institution, what is relevant to your customers, and customize it in such a way that it will make meaning to you, and not just do it to tick the box, the greening, the greenwashing, just to tick the box. It will be very frustrating. Do that is relevant to you, that makes is business sense to you, and is actually impacting on your customers. And with that, you'll be able to own it, such that it does not only become a compliance issue and a check box issue for your organization.
Thank you, Jackie. Parting shots for Vincent.
Yeah, thank you. I think that, as we started, ESG, in my view, is the only way how Africa and African businesses are going to really remain relevant. Why? Because the big institutions that perhaps are coming to Africa do not have that footprint on the continent. So if any business is actually starting out and you have taken care of environment, you are taking care of the social relevance of your business, you are taking care of the governance, the investors, you will leave. And in my view, I think that that is the way to actually keep a sound mind, because business is being disrupted left, right, and center. The only way to be sure that your business model will still be around is to see that the customer is included and they can testify that indeed you are leaving on the table for them more than you are taking away. So be intentional about creating these business models, be transparent, and this, the environment and all other stakeholders will be defending your business model for a long time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Vicente. I had a question from Ibra, and he was asking what opportunities there are for fintechs at ABI Finance. So, like I had communicated earlier, fintechs are, of course, one of the channels through which agribusiness finance can be delivered to value chain actors. So in our new business plan, which is starting this year, going all the way up to 2028, we are recognizing fintechs as an implementing partner. And they will be accessing all the services we offer, be it the guarantees, be it the lines of credit, be it the financial services development support, which is the technical assistance, and BDS, like the way a SACCO or a microfinance institution, has been or can access support. Like I said, we don't work alone. So we are working with Apexes. That's why we are keen on reaching you through Fitspa and seeing what we can do. So be on the lookout. We always advertise, any other assistance. But if you have innovative ideas that you want to scale, that are to do with pushing green agribusiness finance, because we are also changing our programming from the 25% green it has been covering to 75% by 2028. So just come to us. Let's see what you would like to do or what you've been doing that you want to scale. We'll be more than happy to support you. My takeaway from here is, again, greening is not chlorophyll. It is not vegetation. It is not planting trees only. Those appeal to the environmental responsibility part. Greening also making sure that you're getting it right regarding social responsibility, which is clients and staff, and good governance, which is about risks and return for institutions that are keen on return. So even if you plant trees, you're not sustainable if community is not happy with you, if your clients are complaining. You're not sustainable if you're not making money. That's why you'll see institutions like Tesla, which sell electric cars, very perfect solution for environmental responsibility, have worse sustainability or green or ESG scores than Total and Petro, whose business is about selling fossil fuels, at least until they change to these other alternative sources of fuel or alternative ways of powering logistics and movement. Because Tesla does well on environmental, but when you go to look at how Elon Musk manages the stuff, if you're coming to look at how the community reacts or interfaces with their products, if you're looking at, they may also be even doing very well on return, being a futuristic company, so they will still not get the best score. That's why you see some of them, or some CEOs of these companies saying, ESG is a hoax, greening is fraud, It's not. It's just that maybe there are a few things around holistic sustainability that they're not getting it right, and they are using it, because they have social media or they have following, they can say whatever they want to say. So let's get sustainability the right way. Let's get greening the right way. Let's implement ESG the right way. And that wraps up our conversation. I hope you have a thing or two to take, and we look forward to a greener fintech ecosystem. And again, I'll end by saying you're welcome to ABI Finance. Let's discuss and see how we take the sustainability discussion forward. A round of applause for Jackie and Vincent. Thank you so much. And over to Ibra. Ibra, the words have reduced. I told you I'm not releasing your quiz score, so feel free.
All right. Once again, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a picture for this panel. Not yet, not yet. This one's film was over. You're still using film. Excuse? First wait, no. This one of the film had not. So are you ready? It's working now, eh? Take your time. You know, photographers used to squat, but these ones of today, I don't know if it's wiseacring, but they used to give you value for money. You go down, you come up, they people you think. But also our poses of those days were really for a long time. You pose next to a soda, you step on the car. So take your time. If it doesn't work again, you tell me, I release them after lunch. I call them back. Has it worked? Okay. Josephine, this is the time for smiling. Good, good, good. Thank you very much. Once again, let's appreciate this team and our sponsor. Thank you very much for making it possible. Ladies and gentlemen, have we had a very good morning and a good afternoon? Have we? Have we? You know, even when you are hungry, do not show it. Your yes can be louder. Have we had a good afternoon and morning? Yes, thank you very much. Give your neighbor a high five and thank them for being here and being present and active. Even when they've not asked any question or even known you, just give them a high five. Tell them whatever they matter, you are here. Yes. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is always important that our sponsors are appreciated. Allow me to start with ABI and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Let's give them a big, big clap. Those are our platinum sponsors. We have MTN Momo and UNCDF. Let's give them another big, big round of applause. We have New Grid, Yo Uganda, Innovation Village, Bank of Uganda, FSD Uganda, FlexiPay, and the Uganda Insurers Association. Let's give them a big, big clap. Let's also make sure that we go to their social media handles and make some noise for them and appreciate them so that we can continue to give them relevancy for the message that they shared these 2 days. Let's appreciate our silver sponsors in InterSwitch and Standard Chartered Bank. Do we have any staff of Standard Chartered Bank? I told you. Huh? I told you yesterday. Yeah, they are busy in their home saying, send us a link. We can't see, we can't hear now. These people of Standard Chartered Bank. Closed all the banks, they want us to be virtual. What do they mean? People in Canada, are they going to be virtual? Anyways, our bronze sponsors, SumSub and Centenary Bank, together with the 88.2. Today's best music, Sanyu FM. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Let's follow our sponsors. Let's give them the love. Let's make sure that their message is spread across. How many people have used our social media handles? By show of hands. your social media handle to tweet or make a comment or, just share what you have learned. Raise your hand and I see. It's worrying. Do you know that part of pull up your socks? Yeah, pull them up. Let's be serious. This is a techie environment. We need to be present. Ladies and gentlemen, besides the room and outside the room are different exhibitors that have done a special job. There are quite a number. I don't want to delay but to read all of them, but I want to encourage us and implore each one of you to make time to pass through and see what they are doing so that we give them value for their exhibition. Is that agreed? Let's clap for our exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. You have a copy of the program. Our different exhibitors and sponsors are fully listed. I want to encourage each one of you to pass that by a stall, spare at least 5 minutes to get to know them, and then we can be able to proceed. By the clock, it is 1:27, approximately 1:30. So I want to say, let us assume it's 1:30. If we are using 45 minutes, what time do we return? 2:15. Look at your neighbor and tell them, be here by 2:15. Look at your neighbor. Be here by 2:15. Yesterday we had a scenario. I was telling people to come, and then as I was approaching people were getting knives and cutting chicken with a fork. And I'm like, guys, there's a guy I found, watermelon using a fork and a knife. We don't have time. Be here by what? 2:15. Because you're the same people who are going to tell us we have to pick children by 4. You leave us in an empty room. Be here by what time? 2:15. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have noticed that, this thing called gender. We've noticed that I have been overly on the stage, so we want to bring some feminine touch. The ladies, can you make some noise? Yeah, I want to bring some feminine touch to this conversation. The gents, are you excited to hear a female voice? Yes. Huh? I think many of you are married. You are wondering. I feel like if my wife hears me. Yeah, but we felt that it's important for us to, get some feminine touch to this conversation, but also in terms of, building capacity, sustainability. So we're going to have in the afternoon session, I'll be seated at the back end. And then, of course, where I feel I need to come in, I'll probably come and through a statement. But I want to bring in a feminine touch to this conversation. So the entire afternoon, you'll not be seeing me. I'm, of course, going to be around. So, first of all, let's clap for Tina there. Yeah. Tina, sometimes the people at the back end may never be appreciated. Tina, we want to appreciate you. We want to appreciate your entire household, your family, your clan, and extended family. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what's going to happen in the afternoon. I will not be here, but I'll be seated behind. Be sure that if by 2:15 you're not here, by 2, I'll be monitoring you like yesterday. You get? But there are some of you who tell me, we are moving, but you stay seated. When I come back, you say, now we are moving. Today it's not going to apply. So we are back here 2:15. The same procedure we followed. Lunch is going to be paradise. We move, pick our coupons, have lunch immediately, and then return. Once we return, the procedure of the person I'm going to be introducing, so add the feminine touch to this conference, we'll tell you the procedures. All of us, 2:15, we return here, breakout. And once we are done with the breakout sessions, we will return for closing remarks. After closing remarks, look at your neighbor and tell them there is a cocktail. Tell your neighbor, don't miss. Also tell them, don't give yourself a reason to miss. Because some of you search to Isaac. We've planned for a cocktail of 200 people. At the cocktail, you were 30. Then people start to eat chicken until they collapse. Because we are doing value for money. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring the female. Are you ready to see the female that is going to lead the afternoon session?
Okay, let me, in this business of being a gentleman.
Ibra is such a tough act to follow. I can't. Anyway, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Rebecca Mulira, and I will be your moderator this afternoon. I'm really excited, and I hope that the women especially can give me as much gas as possible. Thank you, thank you. And obviously, in the interest of what the theme is, which is collaboration for growth, it just made sense for us to have a gender-balanced moderating team. So thank you very much. I'll see you this afternoon.
P for pressure. You know, they can bring a dangerous substitute and they speak English. And you'll be like, what have I been doing? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, make welcome for Rebecca with a big, big clap. Lunch is ready. We return at 2:15. Thank you very much.
Twende.
Wait a little bit, please.
Angena kuangalia waiting charge.
Chikole for less, hakuna hustle, no stress. Whether night or day, tuli okay. Wanga tuli ku FlexiPay.
Don't hustle to pay the bills. Send or receive money. Chikole for less, ne FlexiPay. Hold it.
Chikole for less with FlexiPay. Dial *291# to transact or download the FlexiPay app to get started. Stanbic Bank. It can be. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda, and customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million shillings.
What's one ugameka?
Chikole for less, hakuna hustle, no stress. Whether night or day, tuli okay. Wanga tuli ku FlexiPay.
Don't hustle to pay the bills. Send or receive money. Chikole for less, ne FlexiPay. Hold it.
Chikole for less with FlexiPay. Dial *291# to transact or download the FlexiPay app to get started. Stanbic Bank. It can be. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda, and customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda up to 10 million shillings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, let me just wait for this to end. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the room won't get bigger than this, so it's in our interest to start this afternoon session. Welcome back from lunch. I hope it was amazing. Actually, I don't think I should be asking that because the room is half empty, so looks like it was a good lunch. To be honest, I thought Ibra would be a tough act to follow, but it's looking like lunchtime is an even tougher act, so let's see how this goes. But I also have to say that I'm extremely encouraged by the perky, pleasant faces in the audience, so hopefully I can make it worth your while and keep the enthusiasm and the spirits up this afternoon, at least higher than they currently are. I know we still have a few people coming into the room currently. But before I go off on a tangent, I'd like to formally introduce myself again for those who weren't in the room. My name is Rebecca Mulira, and it's with pleasure that I'll be your mistress of ceremonies for this afternoon block and the final block for day 2 and the 6th Fitspa Annual Fintech Conference 2024 being held here at Sheraton Kampala Hotel. The theme this year has been collaboration for growth, leveraging partnerships and collaboration to drive innovation and growth in Uganda's fintech sector. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Fitspa on strides made and contributions in transforming Uganda's digital economy and shaping the future of finance. I think it's also prudent for me to acknowledge and express major gratitude to our sponsors of the event, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, ABI Finance Limited, MTN Momo, UNCDF, New Grid, Bank of Uganda, FSD Uganda, Innovation Village, FlexiPay, Uganda Insurers Association, Yo Uganda Limited, InterSwitch, Standard Chartered, SumSub, Centenary Bank, and of course, today's best music, 88.2 Sanyu FM. Could we give them all a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, and in the interest of time, I would like to segue straight into the first breakout of this afternoon. Breakout session 1 will be on investment readiness, and this is sponsored by FSD Uganda, and it will be held in this very room that we're in currently. So if you're part of this group, kindly remain in this room. And breakout 2 will be on mapping the future of collaboration for the development of the sector, which New Grid will be sponsoring, and this will be held in the tent. For avoidance of doubt of where the tent is located, there are people outside who will direct you to where that breakout session will be held. So I implore every single one of us to spread out into the different sessions to ensure that there is all-round participation and engagement. As we've seen for the past 2 days already, there is a lot of invaluable knowledge and information being imparted, so you certainly will not want to miss out. So with that said, I would like to invite the moderator for breakout session 1 to please come to the stage, and for the team for breakout session 2 to proceed to where the session will be held. Can we come to the stage, please? The team that will be part of breakout session 2 can proceed to the tent. That's where that session will be held. Ladies and gentlemen, we may now proceed to the different breakout sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are in the right room. This is breakout session 1, and we are talking about pathways to funding for fintechs. So that's the room we're in. My name is Geoffrey Okidi. I work at FSD Uganda. FSD Uganda is a not-for-profit organization that facilitates inclusive financial market development in Uganda. By show of hands, who was in the room yesterday? Okay, a good number of you. Yesterday there was a session that KPMG presented, and in that session, KPMG presented the state of the fintech industry in Uganda. And they talked about the challenges fintechs are facing. And you remember the number 1 challenge? It was access to investment capital. And that's what we are addressing here. So join me in welcoming our panelists for this afternoon to discuss that subject. We hope that by the end of the session, you will pick something that will enable you get started, the journey to fundraising. So I'd like to invite my panelists, starting with Brenda Amon. Brenda Amon is a portfolio relationship manager of the deal flow facility at FSD Uganda. Brenda, you're welcome. Anyway. My second panelist is Engineer Crispinus Onyancha, who is the CEO and founder of Clinic Pesa. A big round of applause for. Our third and final panelist this afternoon will be William Luinda, who is the founder and CEO of Acorion Limited, trading as Isagric. William, welcome. All right, so we have a 1-hour session, and then we'll have an opportunity for the audience to ask questions. I'll take my seat right now. Okay, let's get started with the preliminaries. Ladies first, so they say. So Brenda, tell us more about the DFF, what you do.
Okay, thank you so much, Godfrey, and good afternoon to everyone in the room. I've already been introduced. I work with the Deal Flow Facility. The Deal Flow Facility is a program under Financial Sector Deepening Uganda, who have sponsored this particular panel and are one of the sponsors for the event. The Deal Flow Facility is an EU-funded program with a mandate to support growth stage businesses in Uganda to access private capital. So we have a mandate around preparing or supporting these businesses with investment readiness, and then eventually matching them to investors. And beyond matching them, we also provide them with transaction advisory and support up to deal closure. So the Deal Flow Facility we are literally a matchmaker, but we were birthed out of a few gaps that were noted in the market. One, that there's no information flow. So there are some good businesses in the market that are looking for long-term patient capital, but they do not know where to go. There are investors that are interested in investing in businesses in Uganda, but they don't know how to get the businesses. So the Deal Flow Facility comes as that one-stop center where entrepreneurs and investors can come, and then we do the matching. The other thing is also to basically support businesses with investment readiness, like I mentioned before. So in a nutshell, that is what the Deal Flow Facility does. We started operations in 2022, and since then we've supported, we've interacted with over 200 businesses, and of these 42, we released our Q3 deal book 3 days ago. So we have 42 ready businesses that have all been matched with investors. We have 2 deals closed, and we are on track to have another 2 closing by the end of the year, which is good traction. If you know how private capital goes, it's not like bank capital that happens, you apply for a loan today, and then in a week or two, the loan is disbursed. These take a longer time. So there's traction, and yeah, we are happy to continue supporting these businesses in the market.
Thank you very much, Brenda. So the DFF has been around since 2022. If you have not interacted with the DFF, where have you been? After this, you can check out the DFF website. Let me come to Crispinas. Tell us about Clinic Pesa and the services that you offer.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm Onyancha Crispinas, CEO and founder at Clinic Pesa. So Clinic Pesa, what we typically do is we typically do the bridging between finance and healthcare. So we cover the gap by making sure that you have a way of financing your healthcare. So we have a wallet that customers do normally save, and also they can take up loan top-ups to actually pay their medical bills. So we work with different healthcare centers. The healthcare centers include clinics, hospitals, pharmacies, to typically enable payments. Then on the other hand, so we have one arm in the fintech space. We are also it's in the healthcare space. Now that's typically what Clinic Pesa does, and we've typically broken down in 2 different segments. The maternal segment, typically for the expectant mothers, and then we also have the facility segment, then the individual segment. Now, each of these, of course, as any business, typically you have to segment your customer base so you can innovate better, you can be able to bring on new products and services so as to grow new revenue streams and new revenue lines, typically for sustainability and also profitability. That is at the center of course, attracting investment and also the center for success. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Crispinas. So those of you who were here yesterday, you saw Crispinas was also on a panel of collaboration. So indeed, he is a
he seems to be doing some things that are right, collaborating greatly with key actors in the sector, the likes of MTN, also collaborating with the healthcare facilities, collaborating with the money markets, and lots of other good things. We'll hear more of what else he's doing. I come to William. William is the CEO at EasyAgric. Same question, tell us more about EasyAgric and the services that you do.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, that's better. So I'm called William Linda. I serve at EasyAgric. What nags us every day is we are making agriculture easy and profitable for farming communities. So we help the smallholder farmers, we help the farmer cooperatives, the agri-dealers, the off-takers, to make sure that one, they have access to genuine agriculture inputs. Then two, to make sure that they know how to use those inputs. Then three, to make sure that they have access to markets. And then four, to make sure that they have access to finance so that they can scale their production. We started a business in 2015. We are one of the most mature agri-techs in the country. Right now, we reach a network of 450,000 farmers, and the agribusiness MSMEs, those small SMEs, we reach out around 500 of them. So it's nice to be here and nice to share with you. Looking forward for me to share with you some of the experience on the journey of our fundraising. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So we have an agri-tech, a health tech, and then a matchmaker, yeah, on the panel. Those of you who have been following investments, last week, social media was awash with some strategic investment that was made by Goodwell into the agent banking company. Happy to note that the deal flow facility had a hand in it. So Brenda, congratulations for that, for getting that deal sealed. I want you to share, based on the experience you've had at the DFF, we don't see many of those deals. This one, as you mentioned, took over 2 years to come. What are the obstacles? What are the obstacles that the Ugandan farms are facing in accessing such investments?
Okay, thank you so much for that. Yeah, that was very exciting for us. Agency banking was the first Ugandan business that we matched, and it was good to see that after 2-3 years, they eventually closed on a deal. And also just to mention, yeah, hand clap, guys, that's major. Because what that does is also it creates FOMO in the market. So other investors will say, okay, what's good about the Ugandan market, right? So that's a good step for us and for the ecosystem. But yes, we do not see so many deals closing, especially if you compare Uganda to other countries in the region. There are so many reasons and challenges that we face as a country, but I'll just try to bring it down. I forgot to mention earlier that the deal flow facility is sector agnostic. So we work with businesses or entrepreneurs across all sectors. But for the sake of the panel and for the discussion today, we'll stick to technology. Now, there are different challenges that we see in the market. And Uganda is, investors look at Uganda as a high-risk country. And there are many factors, that causes them to perceive us in that way. But for especially for tech, you are perceived to be high risk, so that in itself creates a bias on the investor side. And on the other side, of course, there are issues around investment readiness, right? And unlike other sectors, technology is a bit unique. Most of the solutions that entrepreneurs in the tech sector are developing are a bit new. So there is that whole fear of, is it scalable? There are businesses that may not have a very proven business model. So even when you explain it to an investor, they don't see how that business is going to be scalable in the next 2 to 3 years. Because remember, investors are looking to reap in the future. They're investing now to reap in the future. But if 2-3 years from now, they don't see how scalable the business is, they don't see the market opportunity, they don't see the product market fit, they become a bit hesitant and jittery about investing in such a business, which is a bit unfortunate for this particular sector, but that is the reality on the ground, which is so weird because in other countries you'll see investors putting millions of shillings on a concept that has not been proven. Right? So the tech sector is a bit unique in that way, that there are investors who will listen to a concept, and when they listen to that concept, they quickly see the potential, they see the market, they see growth, and they see that in the next 10 or so years, this is going to be the biggest thing, and they'll invest in that concept. But not everyone gets that concept right. So for tech businesses, then you're thinking, what kind of solution am I creating? Am I creating or developing a solution that actually matters? I think in the panel before, someone mentioned it, you can create this big business, but there's actually no solution that you're solving. So are you actually solving a solution? For example, if you look at Clinic Pesa and Easy Agric, right? Agriculture is a big thing in this country. So there's hope that it will scale because, most of us, someone said it earlier, we are all farmers in one way or another or come from farming backgrounds. So you can see the potential for market. And of course, like I mentioned, technology it's a bit of a new thing. So there are very gray areas. For example, we had a masterclass yesterday focusing on valuations, and William was part of it, and he asked a very important question, because all the valuation methods that were shared seemed to be favoring other sectors and not technology. So there are issues around how then do tech businesses value their businesses, and how does the investor then, there's a bit of a mismatch in that area. So you find that technology or tech businesses or fintechs, edutechs, agtechs, they are a bit unique, and they are not, so everyone is just kind of swimming to get the right formula, and that in itself becomes a major hindrance. But also, technology is very capital intensive. It's not like agriculture. I've inherited land. I just get the youth in the village, every day there are programs that are being rolled out for free seed, free quality seed, but there's nothing free about technology. You can't go and people are giving you free, I don't know, I'm not a tech person, but free codes, right? For example, you will not get that. So you need a lot of money and for you to get your concept off the ground, and that in itself is a hindrance. Because remember, what I said earlier is that no one is going to invest in a concept that has not been proven. So you as an entrepreneur or as the developer, you're stuck. You have this great solution, but it's capital intensive. And then then no one is going to invest in your business until they see that this thing can actually work. And how can you prove that there's market for it and things like that? So those are some of the unique hindrances that we see with the businesses in the tech sector, but that's not to say that there is no interest. There definitely is interest, provided investors can see the potential for scalability and growth, because they are investing money to make money. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. From Brenda's submission, I think there are a number of issues that come up. One, as a country, there's country risk, first of all. So as Uganda, we also need to work at that macro level. How do we sort out the country risk such that become attractive? And secondly, I think there are issues around education and sensitizing, and you as the entrepreneur or investor, the entrepreneur or business person being able to explain or demonstrate clearly how your business is creating a difference in terms of growth, scalability, and how innovative it is for it to be attractive. Yeah, so some of the key things I pick out from that. So there's still work to be done for us to be able to attract financing. I'll move on to Crispinas. You have been in this for quite a while, not so long ago.
Yes,
yes,
I think 7 years.
7 years?
Yes.
Yes, 7 years. So just share with us the journey you have gone through in fundraising to get you to where you are. Of course, we know that when you're starting out, there's a cost to innovation. Sometimes you can't use bank financing to be able to get started. So there are grants, there's bank financing, but also now when you want to grow, the growth capital that you're seeking. So your story as a founder.
Yes, so thank you so much. I think I share both sides of the world as an entrepreneur. When you look at the element of financing, of course, everyone who starts a business generally looks for capital, financing. The question is, what is the right capital that you're looking at what stage? And of course, there are different types of facility, the types of capital that you would have on the table. Starting with, there is equity investment, which of course is, we typically consider it, we typically consider it, it's actually expensive. I would say it's the most expensive, but we typically consider it money that you don't have to have any pressure of paying back, But I would, eventually, as we go on, I'm going to show you that it's typically the most expensive capital. And then there is debt capital. And then there is sweat equity. This sweat equity, you must be able to sell a very good vision to your team members, to typically volunteer and work with you. Typically invest their time and sweat into the idea that you're typically putting on the table. Now, and then, of course, there is the grant on the other side. Now, grants would typically be on call. So there is no grant that is available right there, waiting for you to come and get it. It will be on elements of synergies, where you have shared synergies with implementing partners, and when you look at an idea that is at an early stage, of course, no one will give you debt capital at that point. A commercial bank would not give you a debt capital because they need you to have monthly cash flows so that they can be able to keep on collecting back. And then on the other side, there is if you're looking at institutional investments, they're going to need to see a cash flow, a steady cash flow for them to be assured that from this cash flow, once they do a projection based on the subsequent trend of growth that you've actually had in the past, of course, they will assess the past 3-4 years, look at the trends, and then use that to typically project the future and see if you can be able to pay back their capital, because everyone is giving you money to actually be able to make back the money. Now, for debt, I would say it's a cheap capital. It's cheap capital as compared to equity because of the rate. Typically the rate that actually being provided by the investor. And lastly, of course, there's the grant financing, but then grant financing would strictly align to synergies, as I earlier mentioned. Let's say, for example, if you see FSD that implementing financial inclusion, so it will be in line with the synergy of financial inclusion that they would look at typically supporting innovations in that sector. And of course, it's also there's also the element of sector agonistic. They look at the sector that they are theming with that particular moment, that particular time. If it's healthcare, if it's education, if it's fintech. So I would say it's challenging for innovators when, of course, investors on the other side will always say, we are looking for innovators to invest. And innovators say, we are here. You're not seeing us, you know? Now, I think the missing link is the preparedness. And because when the investor says, we are looking for innovators to invest in, there are certain boxes that they need to check. Yeah. And that's typically, you need to have your data room all set. Now, in the data room, it's having your whole business put in one small box, you know, right away from regulation, financials, governance, teams, strategy, sales, you know, everything in one small box. Then the investor will take the time to review. Now, the deals will normally take a longer time, you know, they will normally take a longer time. The duration can span to 3 years, 2 years. Now, you must be patient for that lengthy period. So, initially when we were starting, it was a thought of, okay, once you're able to demonstrate a case, then the deal should be able to close. Unfortunately, no. So in most cases, you might even end up giving up on the investment just because of the process involved and the journey it actually takes to typically close. Now, how do you come to actually link up with the investor? It's typically through accelerated programs, programs such as the deal flow facility, you know. Now, unfortunately, investors don't just walk to you. That's the fact, you know. They will have the money, but they just won't walk to you. They are going to want, there's just a saying that we never say, when one investor places a bait, it's like I don't like calling it a bait, but it seems to me in that direction. So investors invest where they potentially believe they would be a positive return, you know. So in the past, there are companies that did raise a lot of funding, you know. You'd hear this company has closed a $300 million deal. This one has closed a $150 million deal. And that time, I would say, of course, as it evolves, people are learning. They're learning and they're seeing the mistakes they're making, and it becomes harder every single day. So unfortunately for you and me who are looking for capital today, it becomes even much more harder because of the mistakes that were done before us. So if someone closed a $300 million deal just because they were in Y Combinator, you know, and now it comes to implementation and there is no result, revenue, what they were looking for, it means that the VC, the venture capitalist, is not going to invest with ease in the next deal, you know? So it's going to be turn this company upside down, you know? Turn it around. If you sleep in the night and you feel like, okay, you should change your mind, that's it. And the deal is gone, you know? So it becomes more harder as we move on. And I would say the only way to do it is to work, of course, now when you're in the deal flow facility, for example, it softens the ground, at least the first layer. So there's other layers that you have to get cleared to be able to close the facility. But I would say it's a pain on both sides, of course, of the investor. You talk to so many investors, you know. You talk, I think we've talked to over 70 also investors plus. And that's a typical pitch that you put energy into. And you will hear, there's a common word that we all hear. It's called unfortunate, you know. The unfortunate bit would always come. Now, but when you learn, eventually it becomes that you get to know which investor is the right match for you, so that you do not waste time, because you need time to build the products and services for the customers. Because if you build the products and services for the customers and the revenues are there, the profitability is there, then the investors would be lining up on the other side. So there's just one currency for them. It's typically on the returns, you know. And I would want to position it in a sense of understand your business model, understand what you're making, look at the investor, sieve the investors, and then select the ones you think you can actually put 2 years of your time, you know, then start the journey. So, and then be patient until finally you're able to close an investment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just sticking with you. So of the 70 plus, any successes?
Yes.
You mentioned grants also. You underlined that at different stages, you'll need different kinds of financing. Yeah, so.
Okay, so
where you have
out of the 70 plus investors, of course, Clinic Pesa was an idea. We couldn't have just built it to where it is today. It's grown, and every day it's growing bigger and bigger. And that means it needs capital, you know. It needs capital to serve the demands. It needs capital to continuously implement growth. Now, out of the 70 plus, we've closed quite a number of investments as Clinic Pesa, including debt, equity, and grant, you know. So at the early stage, when you're just starting, don't look the equity side unless someone just believes in you and likes you so much, you know. There's the saying that the investors do invest in the person, in the people. So you have to build kind of a network. They call it like a social relationship, you know, with the investors. It's a painful one, but you have to bear with it's a part of the process. Because if they don't invest in the business, you know, because at the early stage, then they should be able to invest in the person, believing that you would be able to innovate and make the investment that they've put in you would not go into ashes. There are people they've invested in millions and millions of dollars, and they've burnt their fingers, you know. The money never comes back. So at early stage, grants would be ideal. And then as you move on, then you would sieve between equity investment and debt capital, you know. Now, equity investment it's slow to close an equity investment as much as it is for debt capital. But then at that stage, when you can take both equity and debt capital, it's important that you look at the cost of capital, because when you sit back on your financials, eventually you look at which one is more expensive than the other. Of course, debt is cheaper, but then also depends on the terms of the debt that is actually being put for you on the table. be careful that also investors would actually want to tie you down with certain terms. So you have, don't be desperate, because it happens. I'll tell you, it happens. The money normally would want to control the entrepreneur. So I would say just be careful. There's what you can be able to accommodate, there's what you cannot be able to accommodate. So as you're looking at the cost of capital, you're looking at the terms, then you decide whether you want to go the equity direction. But remember, the equity direction, when you do a typical valuation of your business at the stage that you're in, and come back 5 years later when the investor is exiting, the investor will be walking away with 10x or 15x of whatever they invested in. That's a deal with equity. Let's look at debt. I get a debt facility for 10% annually, and it's a 5-year facility. At the end of 5 years, the investor would be walking away with as much as 50% of the investment. So that is half of what they actually put in, as compared to 10 times what they put in. So it depends with what objectives you actually have, and where, if you believe that the business will eventually grow into something, then you choose the direction. Do I take the debt side? Do I take the equity side? Of course, equity comes with the level of, they would need, the investor would need a board seat so that they can be able to deliberate on their investment. Debt will come with other conditions as well, though not taking the governance aspect. But all these investors, at the end of the day, would want to an oversight over the investment into the business here.
Thank you very much, Chris Pinas. So he has been able to use grants, he has been able to take debt and equity investment. But he kept on saying there is pain involved. Yeah, so there's nothing quick. Don't be in a rush to get to your final destination. Step by step, baby steps, learn along the way and improve and get all the support you can get. Previous speakers have spoken about grants, BDS services being available. If you recall, Noah, when he was leaving, said they also do grants. At FSDU, we also do some innovation grants. And basically what we're looking for is, are you able to cause impact, creating change? What is your incentive for doing the business you're doing? And what's your capacity? So grants usually go towards improving your capacity, looking at your incentive and the innovation. Is it transformative? Yeah. So what sells is the ability to bring onto the market something that is scalable and has impact. I'll come to William. He's a Greek. Share with us the journey in fundraising.
Sure. How many founders are here? By show of hands. Founders. Okay. Good. How many founders have raised money before? Okay. Good. How many founders are looking for money? Okay, I expected that. So it must be the majority. So maybe just before I start, I'll just try to give the perspective. We have raised both grants, debt, and equity. We have bootstrapped. We have done most of the capital. So cumulatively, I think we have done $3 million in total in kind of funding. It's not a lot of money, but it's money which has given me kind of experience which I'm going to share with you. I think Chris talked about something which is called picking the right investor, but I like to try to go a little bit much deeper to what it means. We, as founders, we face a lot of challenges, but that's okay because it's always harder than what we think. It's always hard, trust me, it's always hard. But it's very important for us to know the kind of business which we run and the intersection between the investor who's the right for it. Let me give you an example. If at all I'm running an e-commerce business, why do I need to talk to an investor who has never invested in an e-commerce business? Because he will not understand my unit economics. He will not understand my LTV. He will not understand my customer acquisition costs. He will not understand the retention rates. He will not understand. And trust me, all those factors are so important in your valuation. Because you're going to reach a point like ecosystems in like Uganda where we don't have a lot of data about, if at all I want to know what Chris raised, if at all Chris is not willing to share it, I will not know. If at all I want to know what is inside Chris's balance sheet, I will not know unless when he's trying to share it with me. But now we are going to sit in a room with an investor, and we are talking about, the guy is telling you that, okay, maybe according to your growth rate, according to your kind of team which you have, according to what you have achieved in the past, I'm going to value you at 5 million. And you're like, what? You're joking. I feel like I put in my heart and soul. I remember when my kid was sick, whatsoever which happens in your head, I feel like my business is valued at $15 million US. But it may be, maybe it's not 15, it may be the rate of 10. But if at all I'm not talking to the right investor, how are they going to be able to reason what I've built to make sure that we meet in the middle for them to know how much percentage of the price at which they're going to put in their money? I don't know whether I'm making sense. I'm trying to just make sure that we literally understand what it means to talk to the right investor. Number two, my journey, what I've learned the hard way as a founder, it's very, very important for you to be at the center of fundraising. No one will ever lie to you that you have transaction advisors, you have these, and these guys are going to run for you that process. No. Unfortunately, you are the project manager of that particular project. All these people are there to support you on that particular journey. What that means is that as a founder, it's very important for you to understand how to structure funding. If at all I'm talking about debt, to know how are my cash flows standing right now, and will this debt be able to make sure that add value on this business? If at all you're talking about borrowing money in hard currency, maybe euros or US dollars, how much right now banks are lending to dollars? You need to know that. But it doesn't mean that you need to understand how the balance sheet works. That means that you need to have a good finance guy. But also as a founder, it matters to you to know how these numbers matter in the structuring of your capital. For example, when you talk about equity, it will be very, very hard for you to raise money and seeing it from the investor lens perspective. What I mean is that when you're in that room, you need to understand what they're saying and they need to understand what you're saying. Now you just try to imagine that I'm fighting to raise 500,000 in form of equity, but I don't know how to structure cap table. I don't know even how my cap table is going to look like in the next 5 years. That would be very unfortunate, because what you're missing out is that if at all I'm raising 500,000 and I'm going to give away 10% right now, what does that mean in the next 5 years? Does that mean that the 500,000 is going to be enough for me to achieve the growth which I want in the next 5 years? The answer may be yes or no. But if at all the answer is no, then it's very important for you to be like, okay, if at all we raise 500,000 now, it gives us a runway for 2 years, we achieve this kind of growth. How about which kind of growth do you want to see after the 2 years, maybe in the next 3 years, to make a total of 5? If at all that growth is Y or Z, then you'll be like, for us to achieve that, most probably we shall need to raise 3 million extra money. But when I raise that 3 million, how much is it going to affect me in form of dilution? And will I be okay with that as a founder? When you start to understand these kind of concepts, you realize that you are not just talking for the sake of talking, but you are talking your passion, and you're talking about what you're trying to build, and you're able to quantify it in front of someone. Of course, Chris has talked about 70. I think Chris has been lucky. We have talked to 100. And we always have one saying that you just need only one yes. The unfortunate will always be the majority, but you just need only 1 yes. And second, you are not selling ice cream. You are not there selling that you are supposed to please everyone. You are supposed to sell to someone whom you click, like your heart and soul connect, because all of you believe in that particular vision. So it means that you're not supposed to sell to all the 100. You just need to sell only to 1 or 2, but to maximize that number, you have to reach out as many as possible. The third piece, which is very critical, which we always forget about, is that, okay, I prepared my data room, I've done all these kind of things, I've been able to negotiate my evaluation, I've been given a term sheet, I'm okay with it. By the way, you need to understand term sheets. You need to understand liquidation preferences. You need to understand all these particular terms as a founder, because these are your partners. It's like getting into a marriage and you say that, I signed this thing without me understanding. At least you need to take that first initiative for you to understand. Now, when you go to that piece that money has come in, we have agreed on a marriage. Now we are in the same house. It's very, very, very important for you to think about your board structure, even before you conclude the funding, especially if it's equity. Why do I underline that thing so much? Because a board is the most important, topmost kind of decision-making organ in the company. Now, at least what I've learned in the past, that I did my first round and I allowed investors to sit on the board, even those who are not entrepreneurs, those who have not been founders. And trust me, I've learned it the hard way. Not everyone who has PhD, MBA in business can do this thing. No, these things, there are few people who can do it. And in that process, I learned that you need to make sure that you have another experienced founder as a board member, either representing an investor or for him or her to be non-executive director, to make sure that he's the kind of a chairperson who tries to govern the whole board. Why does this matter? Because sometimes we get money, and these guys, when you talk about VCs, of course, the managing partners normally are the ones who are experienced guys. But the guys whom they are going to send you to your board or to be people to sit on the board or to do whatever, they are guys who have just started the MBA. So for them, they are there to make sure that they are doing only what we call a fiduciary duty. But they can't empathize with you in what it means to sell a vision to a group of people. They cannot empathize with you how to hire a great team. They cannot empathize with you how long actually it takes you to make sure that your ideas come to the reality. Now, the only person who comes to your rescue is the guy who has done it before. Is the guy who will be like, William, you are lying. You are telling us that you are going to, we give you 1 million and in 3 years you grow from, your growth from maybe from $3 million in form of turnover, and you are going to make it 15. I think you are forgetting the aspect that it's going to take time for you to hire a team. You are forgetting the perspective that it's going to take you time to sell the vision. You are forgetting the perspective that actually it's going to take you time to control or to design better processes to put up that in order for the execution engine to start to fly. Now, when those people are on your board, they're able to translate between an entrepreneur and an investor for you on behalf of the rest of your investors. There is a huge difference between an entrepreneur and an investor. And the sooner we are able to accept that, the better we shall be able to design better board of governances which can help us to fly. The fourth point and the last one for me on this, I want to talk about what is called grant. We normally think grant is cheap. We forget the time it takes for grants to mature. There's no any funding which takes a shorter period of time. But I think because Uganda's ecosystem is very hard for you to operate without blending all these sorts of capital. We are not Silicon Valley, we are not US. But it's very important for you to go beyond the type of grant. For example, if I tell you here FSD is saying that it gives out grants in agriculture. If I tell you in agriculture, if I tell you maybe you're in healthcare, you need to go ahead and be like, what specific kind of grants do you give in agriculture? Because you can hear that there is a call for e-voucher to help smallholder farmers getting inputs on subsidy. But if at all you are not in fintech space, why would you go for that? Then you find the founder is like, no, I'm going for it because it's in agriculture. Anyway, man, I need to survive, I need money. But what we tend to forget is that to build these things is harder than what we think. And the only way you have to make sure that you maximize the chances of success is to clearly focus. You hit in the same point 100 times, 1,000 times, until it's able to scale. Now, if at all you don't have a clear focus of direction, because it's agriculture, because it's healthcare, you need to go beyond that. Because when you don't, you're going to end up being a jack of all trades, but in agriculture space. FSD gives money, ABI gives you money, but actually you realize that when you look at your P&L, there's no upward arrow because you are dividing your effort into kind of different directions. That means that if at all I'm looking for an agricultural grant, at least from what we have learned, is there someone who is able to, who has the same thinking which we have? Is there someone who believes in the power of agribusiness, MSMEs, than just thinking that is going to change the smallholder farmers directly? If at all someone, for example, for us, I'm just giving it as an example. When someone comes and is like, Easy Agric, we are giving you $3 million to go and make sure that farmers, smallholder farmers in rural areas, they directly use technology, they directly access this kind of thing, we'll be like, hold on a second. How long are you giving us to do that? We want 3 years. Like, we really appreciate 3 million, but I think 3 years is a short period for us to do that. But if at all someone comes and says that, hey, Easy Agric, we have made macro research, and we believe that for us to change smallholder farmers, we need to pass through agribusiness MSMEs. And we have this kind of call. Is it something which you can jump on? Then there we click. We're like, yeah, no, that fits directly in our strategy. My point is that you need to move from up the industry to go beneath the industry to really, really make sure that there is a marriage between what you are building and the kind of funding, and that funding is there to support that. Otherwise, you are just prolonging the period which is going to take your business for it to scale and to be able to impact more people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, William. William emphasizes focus, so you must know where you're going. Yeah, you must know where you're going, and you need to keep at it. But also, he mentions something very important. You must be able to speak the language of investors. So you must know the financials. So it's something that you really must be in it as a founder. Yeah. As I land this plane and get to questions from the audience, Brenda, could you give us some tips, give the entrepreneurs here some tips on how to get investor ready and where to look for investment capital?
If I had a recorder, I would just rewind from what Chris and William have said, because right here has been a masterclass, guys. This was a real listening to them. I was taking, it's just a lot. I don't even know how founders and entrepreneurs do it, but personally, I will not go that route because I don't want to die young. Because I can't imagine I am developing a solution, but William is telling me I also need to learn valuation. I need to learn how to, to master my numbers. I need to learn this and that. It's a lot of pressure. But listening to the two of them, I'm sure there's a lot that you learn, because even me on the support side, just listening to them now, I'm thinking there are certain things that I will do differently. It's always interesting to listen to founders or entrepreneurs speak. Their perspective is real, and we do appreciate, whatever you've shared. But just going back to your question, investor readiness is really broad. It's broad, and it's all the things that they've said. But I'll just pick out two or three things. The first one is, and it's something that came up from their discussion, is normally most times we are raising at the wrong time. And what do I mean by raising at the wrong time? You're raising for a need now. So when you are panicking to raise money, chances are you'll make the wrong decisions. You'll accept the wrong terms. You will accept to get into a marriage with a wrong investor that doesn't fit within, what it is you want to achieve. So the best advice is you need to raise now for the future. And that is something that most entrepreneurs would struggle with, but that is the right thing to do, right? You need to be able, like he said, you need to be involved in the business so much that you know that the money that I have now will only take me for maybe 7 months. So you start raising now because you know within 7 months or a year, you're going to need that money. And what that does is it gives you time to sieve. Like Chris said earlier, it gives you time to sieve through, to meet the right partner, and go through the process without panicking and making, harsh decisions, because you need the money yesterday. So the biggest challenge we see with even the entrepreneurs that we deal with is they come to us and they say, okay, I'm looking for an investor. I need money in the next 2 months. But that's not possible, especially with private capital. Even with grants, you can't get a grant in 2 months because there's due diligence. There's a lot that goes into the works, right? So my advice would be for you to raise for the future and not for now. And then secondly, it's very important as you identify an investor to look beyond money. What else is that investor bringing to the table? And William spoke a lot about it. You have investors coming in and they've never invested in the tech space. They don't know how, because for technology, you start now, but you break even some years down the road. You don't understand the cash cycles. You don't understand the modalities around technology. That cannot be your investor. You need to have an investor, and this applies across all sectors, whether it's tech or agri or manufacturing. The investor should be able to add value to you beyond money. They should be able to unlock markets for you. They should be able to expose your business and carry it in a way that will help you arrive at the objective that you want to arrive at. And then the other thing I would say is seek help. Yeah. If you are a tech geek, chances are that is all that is you're passionate about. If you're into agri, that's all that you're passionate about, and we are all not subject matter experts. Yeah, I know so many entrepreneurs will say, okay, business development support is expensive, and rightly so. It's expensive, but for the right reason. Because if you do not understand, for example, how to interpret a term sheet, you don't know how to value your company, and you've not walked that journey. If it's something that you can't do, sometimes it makes more sense to seek help. There are so many accelerators, incubators, and all of that in the market, yes, but also we have consultants in the market. We have advisors in the market. Sometimes it makes sense for you to pay a lawyer, for example, to help you interpret a term sheet and to make sure that even as you negotiate, they put the company's interests first, right? So it's very important for you to seek help. It seems expensive, but in the long run, it ends up making sense. And then just being ready now. Chris spoke about having a data room, right? So even as you think about it and say, okay, in a year's time, I will be looking for capital. Start putting those structures in place now. Start putting all your things together. They are very basic things. For example, are your financials? Do you have audited financials? Do you have a good human resource structure in place? How is your management structure like? Those are some of the things that if you're a startup, you can start working on now. And then within a year or so, even when an investor comes to you, you are more or less ready. You're just sharing a link to your data room and having conversations. And then the last thing for me that is very important as you look for investors, of course, there are institutions or organizations or programs like the Deal Flow Facility and many others in the market, as you said, with SIA and all of that. It's important for you to be in touch with these programs, but also networking activities. For example, like today, this is a great networking opportunity. So as an entrepreneur, beyond just building a solution, it's also important for you to intentionally put yourself out there. The other thing you can do is also follow the investor. You can identify investors, or for example, investor news, you hear that, for example, Goodwill invested in this company. So you find out if Goodwill would be a good investor for you. Clearly, that means that they're interested in investing in companies in Uganda. So that is a good start for you. So it's also important for you to put yourself out there and do a lot of networking, a lot of desktop research, and eventually you'll be able to get the right investor.
Thank you very much. Going along the same line of thought, Chris, what can an entrepreneur start doing right away, practically, on that journey?
Okay. Right away, I would assume let's say, for example, you've just been running business. You've been running business. You make sales, and that's where you are. I think the first thing to do is start setting structures. The first things, structures include things to do with the governance, the policies. Of course, when you put the policies, therefore you're going to organize your books. You're going to have to get audited. You're going to now start doing reports, sales reports. You're going to start tracking your metrics. You're going to have KPIs, that you work against. Now, after you've started putting together these documents, this is now what we call the data room. This will go into one place where you'll keep on updating. Now, then look for, I would say, social networks as well, like where events like this, you'll find investors. When you go to events like this, there's only one thing you should be doing: pitching. You have an elevator pitch. Normally, an elevator pitch would be, it's less than, I think it's very short, less than a minute also, to describe what you do and where you want to go, So if you learn that so-and-so is an investor and they're in the certain vertical, pitch, the elevator pitch, get that card. It's key. Get that card. It's a relationship. It's like courting. So you're going to start, when you get that card, there's normally what we call, you have to create kind of a feed, update feed for your business to attract the investors into your business. So in this update feed, typically you're giving the growth stages. Now, investors be looking out for deals. Let me tell you, you see the investment firms, the VCs, their daily job is to assess deals and look for new deals. Now, in looking for new deals, they be looking out for data, talking to people, talking to people who they believe can lead them to the right deals. And then once they get, there's normally a pitch that you've prepared, a pitch deck that you've prepared capturing your business. Also, don't put too much information in the pitch deck, because they say if you put too much in it, the document might not speak as you representing the business, you know? So it's important just to put some bits of the business that, of course, will attract the attention of the investor to give you that first meeting, you know? Okay. Then that first meeting is the start of the journey. So once you have the first meeting, be ready to pitch and bring out your business as it is, you know, and where you want to go. And what you're typically doing is you're proposing a marriage. You're proposing a marriage and saying, this is the journey of the lifespan of this business. This is where we want to go. This is where we are. If we join forces right now, you will be able to move together. Then I think, then they will call, they normally associates. They would get a case and prepare a very good case for you, for their team. And once the team is having a buy-in, before they go to their investment committee, their IC, what they call the IC, before they go there, they have a very solid case about the business. And if the presentation, that's why they say they need the data. You see, without the data, they can't be able to present your business. So with that data, and they've built a solid case, I would prefer that you have like calls with the person who's actually handling, the associate who's handling what? The preparation, if they're interested in the deal, you know? Why do I say so? Because you need to represent your business all-sided, you know? If they only review the documents, there are strategies that are not potentially in the document, but you would want to go to, that would be key selling points for that investment. They call it investment memo, you know, that they present to their IC. And once they present, normally it's a one-off meeting, you know? It's a one-time that they will present your company once, and that's it. If members of the IC say, no, we're not buying, that's it. If they feel like it's interesting, that's it, you know? So then you move to the next stages. At that time, you're not even looking at terms, you're not looking at, you know? So then they will want to do their due diligence, you know? Due diligence to make sure that everything turns out right, that they understand your business inside, outside, before they issue you with a term sheet. Now, the term sheet is typically...
I'm thinking that might be overload.
Yeah.
But for now, they start practically. Where are you starting from? Yeah. So he has mentioned clearly, I think the data room is the starting point. Yeah. So you have contacts and help in the market. Come and get support along the way as you go along the journey.
Sure.
Before I turn to you for questions, William, what do you consider the most important factor in the fundraising journey? In less than a minute.
Sure. I'll be quick on this. I don't think we have a lot of time. Guys, let us remember fundraising is a practical process. No one will ever lie to you that it's a class process. No. It's practical. You need to roll your sleeves. You need to go out. The earlier you start, the better. You are going to learn along the way. That's very fine. You make sure that you grow your network of founders who have passed through that, who can try to support you. Otherwise, there's no any other way you can learn about fundraising other than going out, whether you know, whether you don't know, and you start just like the way you started your business. That's how they start fundraising. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the panel. We will allow 3 questions in the interest of time, if there is any. Okay, there seems to be no question. So we are well covered. We are available. There's a cocktail after this, so I'm sure this gentleman will be around to network at the cocktail. The deal flow facility is around. You can visit the FSD website and get to know how to be a part of it. Another big round of applause as we get out of here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A very big thank you to Mr. Geoffrey Okidi for moderating this session, and of course all the distinguished panelists for that enthralling breakout session on pathways to funding for fintechs, especially seeing as the room originally seemed to be very much still in lunchtime, so it's impressive how engaging that session was. Can we have another round of applause for the moderator and the panelists of that session? I'd also like to apologize for not having jokes on deck like Ibra, but my mission here is to try and get us... sorry. Apologies for that. Like I was saying, I don't have jokes on deck like Ibra, but my mission here is to ensure that we get to the finish line on time, at least. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I've already said this several times, but we are severely bad for time, so we shall quickly be proceeding into the next two breakout sessions. Breakout 1 will be Fitspa Women, maximizing collaboration through community, platforms, and resources. And I'd like to warmly invite to the stage the moderator and panelists for this session. You're welcome to the stage. And breakout 2 will be on preparing due diligence for members in the deal book, and this will be sponsored by Grant Thornton. Just like the previous sessions, breakout session 1 will be held in this room, and breakout session 2 will be held in the tent, like the session before that. And after these sessions, we'll be having our closing remarks. And of course, there'll be a cocktail session at the end of everything. So you can all shake a leg if you must at that point. But before that, could the team of breakout session 2 please proceed to the tent to commence that session there? Again, active participation is highly encouraged to get the most out of these extremely informative sessions. Thank you. Breakout session 1, moderator and panelists can come to the stage now. Can give them a round of applause as they make their way.
Sanyu FM, today's best music.
There is a beautiful force at work in your life.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are you happy? Okay, let's all stand up very quickly in 3 seconds. Find a neighbor very fast. Greet them in your local language. Look them straight in the eye and greet them in your local language. Rebecca, you do not have a partner. In just 3 seconds, we have 2 more seconds to go. In your local language. Thank you very much. Let's all take our seats, please. Thank you. In my local language, we say, Mwasiba mta, mwasibaje, mwebare mnonga. Yes. So did you know that in Uganda, mobile money is very popular? Yeah? And that you're more likely to forget your wallet at home than your mobile phone. Do you agree with that? And that even when you forget your mobile phone, you can be able to transact and go about the day and still have a happy day. Do we agree? And when did mobile money come into existence in Uganda? 2009. Thank you very much. Ladies, allow me to introduce to you our keynote speaker. I am very delighted to introduce to you our keynote speaker this afternoon. Fiona Wool is an advocate, commissioner of oaths, and chartered mediator. She is a Uganda Law Society President Emeritus 2020-2022. Were some of you born then? Fiona has served as a council member of the Judiciary Council and also sat on the International Center for Arbitration and Mediation in Kampala and CADA Arbitration Center boards, and is currently the vice chairperson of the Advisory Council of Efficacy Methodology and African Policy think tank. She founded the Fidelis Leadership Institute, a training institute aiming at creating a critical mass of ethical leaders that are faithful, available, and teachable. Fiona served as an administrator for Candlelight Foundation, an NGO in partnership with Icelandic Development Agency to rehabilitate street girls. Are you listening? I think you're waiting. She advocated for media rights like the reopening up of the Nation Media Group, namely KFM Radio and NTV station. She attained the rank of senior counsel in 2022. Fiona was awarded the French-German Élysée Peace and Reconciliation Award in 2021 for her efforts towards fighting for the rule of law in Uganda. She won a recognition award by the Institute of Corporate Governance of Uganda for her role as a quality assurance expert 2022. She was also awarded one of Africa's top 50 leaders by the African Law Tech Festival in 2020. She won the Hague Institute for Innovations in Law 2018 Talent to Watch Award. And yes, she is a 2 times awardee of Under 40 by New Vision for 2018 and 2020 respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up with women power and invite our keynote speaker. Please stand up and welcome her as she gives us her address. Thank you for the energy. We need some energy this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm severely embarrassed and pressured. I want to thank our beautiful, can we just thank her? She is so graceful. And I want to report her because I gave her profile this short, so I don't know where she got all those things. And it's fantastic to see people that you last saw in CCE many, many years ago. It's really wonderful to see you again. She really brought it, huh? Yes, and I love that today we're speaking about collaborations, and one of the things we need to see is how to, I don't know how Fitspa is collaborating with such greatness to present this, and I think as we speak about the topic today, we need to remember everybody that is in the room, that this would not have happened without everyone that is in the room. We're talking about maximizing collaborations as my presentation comes up. I'm supposed to take 10 minutes. I'm hoping technology won't let me down at a tech conference. I sort of changed this up title-wise. I hope the facilitators will allow me to unlocking collective potential and maximizing collaboration for impact. Because we do not collaborate just to make friends. We do not collaborate just to to be together or to go, that there is company, that there is misery loves company. No, we have a purpose. And one of those purposes is to is for impact, is for our impact to be greater, for our voice to be bigger, and to ensure that we unlock the potential that we have when we get together. So moving on, can we just move on, whoever is? Yes. So in today's interconnected world, collaboration is key in driving innovation, growth, and social change. By leveraging community platforms and resources, we can unlock collective potential and achieve extraordinary outcomes. I just want to give a few examples on how we can use community platforms and then resources. That's where we're going into. And then later on, I'll share an example from somewhere in my research that is by one of you that are in this room. Please, let's proceed. So what are the key principles of maximizing potential through collaboration? One, we're looking at inclusive engagement. And I want to thank Fitspa and the organizers for setting up a women's platform at a Fintech conference. I know that's inclusion, right? Yes. And I'm sure that they didn't have to do a youth one because some of us who are above a certain age are outnumbered greatly here. So the fact that I'm here is also inclusion at my age, right? So inclusive engagement is very important. It involves diverse stakeholders, diverse sectors. I love the panel that was here just now. There's diversity in this panel because of the sectors that they're all supporting, that they're from. I saw medical, I saw agriculture, I saw so much there. The other principle is open communication. There has to be trust for collaborations to happen, and communication has to be open in order for there to be enough transparency to drive the collaboration. We have to have shared goals. There is proof that many organizations, many great companies have thought that they would work together, but have failed because they don't share the same goals. In the Bible, it says, how can two walk together if they don't? Thank you. Collaborative leadership. We need collaborative leadership. We need to be able and willing to share the stage. Fitspa could have called this a Fitspa conference. I know that with their membership, they have enough money to do this on their own, but they've put a stage here. They've opened up to include everybody so that the event itself, the delivery of the modules is even bigger and better by sharing the stage. So collaborative leadership includes even empowering those below you to be able to come forward and show up the way you do, equipping them. There is horizontal and vertical collaborations. There's maybe Stanbic Bank partnering with a small fintech. What's the youngest fintech in the market that just came in? Anybody know? Who? Just shout it out. Which one? You don't have your, Leica Mobile. That sounds like a giant. Okay. Maybe let me give an example. Maybe someone put something like Mama Sente is a fintech, right? And then a giant like Stanchart or somebody partners. That's a vertical collaboration. A horizontal one could be at the same level. So when we talk about collaborative leadership, we're saying that when Stanchart gets down there to meet Mama Sente, they need to also lift them up and share certain things with them, not to just leave them there to drop money downwards, right? Or speak down to them. Resource sharing. In order to collaborate effectively and to benefit from the economies of scale that come from collaboration, you have to leverage collective resources, and you have to make sure that you share effectively. Let's move on. So how do we ensure community-driven collaboration? I'll give examples later. I just want to sort of run through this. One is build inclusive networks. I think that Fitspa is one of those inclusive networks that we can take advantage of. I was reading Madame Edie's forward to and she was talking about the history, the conversations, how they've been relevant over the time. But the biggest thing that you could see through was the networking and the progress that is made successively every time these great members of Fitspa meet to have these conversations. So we need inclusive networks. You need to foster online and offline spaces for connection. This is a challenge to Fitspa. I don't know whether they have it. Do you have online? I know FSD is doing matchmaking, but do you have online platforms where people can matchmake, a chat platform, a business? Before the Dubai Expo, there was a matchmaking platform for women investors. I was able to do business with a woman in Saudi Arabia, just like that, online, you know? I was able to give her some legal services for her business. So we need to create those. I don't know how many of the associations and networks in here have those kinds of tools. Develop community guidelines for respectful interaction. The thing that happens with a lot of technology is that sometimes the humanity is reduced. The good manners is reduced. Someone said they can't eat good manners for breakfast, right? Right? Yes. And yes, and right now, I think 2,000 lawyers, 2,800 or something, I don't know, voted for banging the table, right? Yes. So if we are looking at a community like this, we're going to have certain guidelines for respectful interaction. That's why sometimes you need NDAs. I think in this space you really need a lot of NDAs, right? Because in Uganda we have a culture of stealing ideas, replicating ideas shamelessly, right? That's bad manners. That needs to be guided, yeah? So we need to develop community guidelines. In my legal space, we talk about governance being that space that protects the organization from the humanity of its founders. A lot of fintechs are founder-led. Am I lying? Is this truth? Yes? So if you're founder-led, does the board have actual power to add value? Or are you running them as the boss? Yeah? If it's founder-led, when the founder makes financial decisions that are irresponsible, is the fintech affected? I've seen many fintechs go down because of things like that. So we need, we say that if we're going to be part of, yes, our board chair, let's give her a big hand clap. Yeah. So if we are founder-led, we have to be very, very careful to protect our organizations from our own humanity. If we have a community of professionals that are doing work together and we're getting into collaborations, we need to give guidelines to guide our relationship. The last is to encourage co-creation and collective problem solving. How do we encourage this? Do we have bimezas where we talk about our problems, right? Sometimes you think you're the only one with a problem until someone mentions it. Sometimes I go to spaces like this, and like just now, I had so many things I'm going to tell some of my clients because I was here. So there is a lot of co-creation that comes when we meet together and collectively try to address problems. It's easier. We are louder when we're together. I keep saying that one of the things I do in my other life is Fidelis Leadership Institute, and we're partnering with the COMESA Competition Commission to teach competition law and consumer protection. That sounds like a lot of English, but competition is basically if someone is big enough to drive you out of the market, if someone is big enough to kill your innovation, if someone is big enough to offer you money to buy you out because you have a brilliant idea, or they buy your idea and tell you they'll employ you, then they just kill it. That is non-competitive practices, and we passed a law in Uganda in February to protect fintechs and startups like you from bad competitive practices from the giants. So one of the things we need to look at, collective problem solving, would be every sector looking at how does this law impact us and how do we use it to protect innovation. Yes? That's just one of the examples. Let's go on. So platform-enabled collaborations. If you have, now this is for you, the techs here. I'm sure you know what Slack and Trello are, but they are collaborative tools that will enable you to get in. And let me use the most basic example for me. I'm a civilian to this tech thing. If, for instance, I want to go to develop websites, yeah? Why do I have to develop websites? I could go on Joomla and pay for templates and then ask my clients to pay a smaller fee for me just reshaping them and designing them, right? I'm using a collaborative tool where the source code is shared, but my creativity and my uniqueness comes out and I'm able to deliver and churn out 5 websites maybe a day, as opposed to designing. How long does it take to design a website on average from scratch? I know some of you IT people are experts and some of you are perfectionists. This is a perfectionist tech society, isn't it? The fintech society. So that means you'll take, my husband comes from that side, so I know. It can take you from 2 weeks to a month to 3 months, depending on how much of a perfectionist you are. But if you get a collaborative tool, you're building onto someone else's technology, someone else's knowledge, you're bringing things together. The problem with Ugandan innovators is that we do not like to share credit. We do not like to share risk. We do not like to share power. Yes? We don't even like to share money, right? But we need it in order to do bigger. Otherwise, would you rather be a big fish in a pond, or would you rather be an ordinary fish in the sea? Okay, let's see who wants to be a big fish in a pond. Put up your hands. You're all acting like I'm boring you to death. Put up your hands. Let's see the big fish, yes? Clap for him. Takes courage, put up your hand when you're alone. So who wants to be an ordinary fish in a big sea? Anyone else? Nobody. Okay, so the rest of you, what do you want to be? You want to just be big fish in the big sea. Yeah, but did you know that there's a certain brand of fish that grows big depending on the space it's in? Did you know that? I don't remember what species it is, but if you put it in a jar like this, it will stay this small. If you put it in the sea, it will grow and grow and grow. So sometimes you need to create space to grow. You need to prepare yourself for success. And some of us want to remain in small ponds because it means they're less challenging, they're less risky, they're safer, they're familiar territory, but then you are becoming the ceiling of your own success. The second thing is, how do we leverage social media for outreach and engagement? If you're looking for collaborations, reach out to the people that inspire you in other sectors. If you have developed a tech tool for medical issues, why don't you partner with, if it's Rocket Health, why doesn't Rocket Health look for barefoot law so that the medical law issues there are dealt with, you know? How do you use social media, for instance, for outreach? Can you do a masterclass on something? Can you negotiate? Can you do crowdsourcing for a social cause? This Chitezi thing that happened, how can we use technology to sort out the people, the 35 families that were affected? Implementing open source platforms for shared development. There's all these open source, I think ChatGPT and the likes are now making, I hear, more money than everybody else, right? But that gives us an idea that you don't have to hide things, that this is open sourced. You'd think they're making losses. So the issue is, how do you participate and behave like these open source platforms, or use them to also grow and get into those spaces. Then integrating data analytics for informed decision making. In my other life, I work with the League of East African Directors, and data is powerful everywhere. I cannot go and train board directors without data. So if I can get a partner that can give me data, that can do research, why should I do it myself? It's not my strength. And anybody that is dealing in finance and technology, you need data. Because data will drive your products, data will drive your customer issues. I'll give you an example. When I was a young person in Airtel, Uganda, we were going to do this merger with Worried. I always tell the story. And we had a product called PayGo. Did you ever hear it? Anybody that's old enough? I see some old people nodding their heads. So PayGo was that if you got off your Pakalast platform, okay, no, not that time we didn't have Pakalast on Airtel. Airtel was for bougie people. Do you remember those people who are old enough to know Celtel days where you had to buy a phone that was this big and have dollars, paying dollars? So Celtel had inherited, Airtel had inherited that sort of brand. And now it wanted to purchase Worried. But they had this PayGo thing that was also bougie. PayGo meant that if you unpack a last and it ends, your bundle ends, they charge your data at full price. Full price was anything really that they had as full price. You understand what I'm saying? Imagine right now your data bundle expires and they take your airtime. Do you get what I'm saying? So as a lawyer, it's a long story how I was a lawyer and I was in PR, but I was heading PR and I said, there's no way, because as a customer, I had refused to go to Airtel because of that PayGo thing. So I was like, there's no way a Worried customer is going to leave Parker last and come to PayGo. PayGo has to go. And then, people said, no, this is a group thing. Group thing, oh yeah? People work in group. Yeah. There's a bank that had to take my signature to Nairobi because it was a group thing. And I waited 2 weeks to open a bank account. Yeah? So sometimes our groups kill us. But what happened is that we said in the Ugandan market, this is refusing. So what did we do? We got data. I said, okay, as a young team, we dared our management. We said, give us 1 month, switch off PayGo, allow us to market it on platforms, and let's see. And the sales went through the roof. Because what we were getting by PayGo was almost robbery. There was no permission. Because, you sign up for a bundle, right? So how do you enter my airtime? Yeah? But when we did that, and then, it was removed for the whole group, right? That's a data-based, data-led decision that comes from using data analytics for informed decision-making. That's why when they did the merger, it was 100% success. It's never been heard of globally for a merger of that nature to go like that. Yeah. So let's move on. Resource optimization. How do we make sure that we use shared knowledge and expertise? In my firm, I have lawyers, and then we have the Fidelis Leadership Institute. And I started out training a lot of lawyers in the Fidelis Leadership Institute. So now I'm lucky that the ones I trained are the ones now that are my staff, right? It was a pure accident. There's nothing intentional about it. But what happens is that when I want faculty now, I have my lawyers. Do you know how much that saves? There's so many things I don't even have to say in the firm because of these shared knowledge and expertise. In the Law Society, we created something called clusters. I don't know whether you have that. We had special clusters. And because, they would say, President, Law Society, come and talk to us about agribusiness. President, there's a bill on homosexuality. Come and give us an opinion. The president of the Law Society was a lawyer had practiced maybe one form, either criminal law or commercial law. They don't have all that information. So we said, no, let's get specialized clusters, plug them in. So the Human Rights Committee of Parliament, when they call the they get a leader of human rights from the law society. So do you know what that does? It makes law society larger than life. It puts law society's voice in every segment. It makes it relevant. So if we partner from the shared knowledge and expertise in this room, it's phenomenal. You do not need, what don't we need? Do you know we could just create a capital market here. We could just create a stock exchange market here, right here, with what FSD and everybody is doing. There's power in that. How do we pull financial resources for collective impact? If we got the circles in Uganda, each of them could create a bank. But hey, I'm glad I saw Bank of Uganda here. I'm sorry I wasn't asked to be politically correct. But the capitalization requirements in Bank of Uganda, I opine, are defeating the development of local banks. There should be some tiering of sorts. We should benefit from local content, right? Regulators should be enablers and not roadblocks. And this happens also for the insurance companies. So if you look at the story of Stanbic and what happened in South Africa and how they started from just a collective society of Boers, there's a lot that we can do from pooling financial resources for collective impact. Right now, I heard the president saying he's going to finish microfinance institutions. I said, what is going to happen to us? They are what is left when the banks get together and make sure that interest rates will be 30%. You know? Am I lying? Okay, I wasn't called to preach. So, leverage technology for scalability. I'm sure you're all people that deal with scale here. Leveraging technology for scalability is amazing. Right now, I don't know how many people you have online. You've scaled this conference. You've scaled the message. You're creating impact just by making sure that this room is not locked out to everybody else. Let's continue. What are the success stories? Out there, we have open source software development like Linux. We have crowdsourced innovation like Kickstarter. We have community-driven social movements like Me Too. Who knew that someone as hot, as Gabrielle Union had ever gone through sexual harassment? So when you're a little girl working in the bank and this man is telling you have to sleep with him, and you see Gabrielle Union saying, speak out, even I suffered it. It gives you courage, right? That's the Me Too movement. Let's go on. These are some of the success stories. I'm winding up. Please. So three challenges we have. How do you build trust? Yeah? Guidelines, expectations, increased transparency. So I don't know whether at the beginning of this conference we talked about expectations. Some people might be dying of disappointment here. Coordination, utilize project management tools, is collaboration, is work so that it's efficient, you're not replicating. Another danger with Uganda is we try to have everything done, and then when we're impatient, right? So if there is a ministry of, okay, if there's an IGG and they're not doing with corruption, I'll create an anti-state corruption something, state house corruption. So there's, from that side, that's the head, right? Now when we come down, you see fintechs duplicating each other. You find that you go to a funder and you say, oh, I want to help agribusiness in Karamoja. You know there are already 5 organizations there doing that work. Why don't you partner with them or find somewhere else where there is nothing? So we need to avoid these things. We need to coordinate to be effective. Conflict resolution. How do we foster open communication? How do we deal with dispute resolution? I think that anything to do with money, we're not very good at it as human beings when conflict arises. Conflict brings out, someone said money changes people. I say power, sex, money bring out who you are. The lack of or excess. Yes? Do we agree? Yes. So how do we need to learn to manage conflict within our families, within ourselves, and within our organizations. And I hope that that's one of the, I want to encourage the fintechs, because right now we have about 18 trillion stuck in banks. 7 years ago, we started the ICAMEC, yeah? I was on that inaugural board, and we were saying that the ICAMEC was going to resolve, that time it was 5 trillion, yeah? Now it's 17 trillion. It's because of our humanity. We are failing to resolve disputes. And it's not because we don't have enough courts. We could resolve these things, you and I, right? Yes, so we need to discuss, Fitspa, we need to discuss dispute resolution. Please go on. Because in Singapore, which was at the same level as Uganda in 1963, the one thing they started with was effective dispute resolution. It frees up money. If that 17 trillion was released into this economy, whose GDP is what? It's about 50, right? 17. And do you know that 17 is what we're borrowing? Is the percentage that we're borrowing. So what are we saying? Maximizing collaboration requires intentional effort, strategic planning, and a willingness to adapt. By embracing community platforms and resource sharing, we can drive innovation, amplify impact, foster inclusive growth. Now, I just want to say 2 things. I hope I can be given the time. Please go on. I found a very interesting research. Please go on. Yes, please, yeah, no, go back there. I did some research on what's working, right? What do we have that's working here? So for payment platforms, we have MTN Mobile Money with banks, I think even Airtel Money with banks, merchants for digital payments, InterSwitch, I saw somebody here from InterSwitch, enables online payments. Of course, we know the rest. I'm not keeping you out. Please don't shoot me. Please go on. Digital wallets, the creation of digital wallets. So every bank these days has a digital wallet, and it's also in collaboration with mobile money. But some of them are Centenary Bank, NSSF for contributions, URF for payments. These are digital wallets that are, this is not leveraging technology. Please continue. Lending marketplaces. We all know these days when your boda drops you, he says, auntie, don't pay on my Airtel Money. Bamanja. Yes? There's a lot of lending marketplaces now. The fintech startup Awamo, I don't know who Awamo is. Then there are those that are blockchain-based. We've seen a lot of them. Can we give them a big hand clap? These guys are taking us to Silicon Valley. Let's continue. Fintech hubs, yes. I think I also saw the Innovation Village. Please, let's go on. Open source software. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any in Uganda. Maybe it's there. Crowdsourced funding. I talked about that. Let's continue. Regulatory collaborations. I haven't seen a lot of them here, but maybe FSD could be, I don't know. But UK's Financial Conduct Authority collaborates with fintechs on regulatory sandboxes. I think that's something we need to look at. Singapore's Monetary Authority. For me, Singapore is such a success story in how to get out of the mud we're stuck in now. Partners with fintechs on regulatory innovation. We need to regulate for fintechs. Now, when regulators stay away, you begin to look like, you know how germs look under a microscope? Because you're so far away. So they'll finish you. The regulator will just finish you. So you need to get close and be part of their innovations. Let's move on. Security. Cybersecurity is a thing. So now there's a lot of collaborations to ensure that it's protected. Threat intelligence, incident response, security standards and best practices. Now we've seen even around things like ESG, there are new reporting standards for the financials. So for the fintechs, what are those reporting standards that you might want to develop? Let's proceed. Yes. So there's 3 things I found here from an interesting research on the FSD website, where it says collaborations between associations and academia, and this was about academia, but I just saw it was interesting. It's a cost-effective approach. Secondly, it motivates organizations to take all possible steps to collaborate with practitioners. Thirdly, this approach could reorient the incentives for academicians and other organizations to do what they want to do. I'm ending here and saying that, let me give you one example. In COVID, after the first lockdown, the government of Uganda, first of all, before COVID, Uganda Law Society had gone to court against KCCA because they had started charging us trading licenses. We said, but as professionals, we already pay like 5 licenses. Why are you adding this? And lawyers were being asked for trading licenses from districts and things like that. So went to court and was successful. So when I ran for office, because I believe in collaborations and because I'd done PR and so many other things, I was even a DJ, so the DJs, the PR people, everybody was supporting my campaign. It was a national campaign. So when I got into power, the non-lawyers were like, what are you doing for us, Fiona? You people want this thing, what are you doing? So we got with the presidents of all the other associations, the engineers, the architects, and went to the Attorney General and said, do you want us to, we sued actually, but then we went to the Attorney General, we said, do you want us to go through this whole fight, or can you just accept that if you're a professional association that's already regulated, we don't need trading licenses? And we won in the office of the AG. So they're not supposed to pay. You see, ignorance is such a sin, right? It should not be. So you guys inform yourselves about what's out there. So we have a decision that if you're a professional organization and you're regulated, you should not be. Yeah. So find that there's a way you can access that ruling. So when that happened, they also, in the middle of COVID, they imposed 100,000 tax for every professional certificate. So I was here trying to convince young lawyers not to hold out and pretend that they are lawyers, not to fill up people's money by getting licenses. But now they added 100,000. We said, this is not right. So we joined with the associations again. And just 2 years ago, we won this case. So now the 100,000 tax is, you know how hard it is to fight the taxman? But even the taxman said it's okay after a while. So isn't that a big one? Can you clap for that? So I do not want to hear a fintech screaming about a regulator when you have power in collaboration. There should be no, I serve as the vice chairperson of the Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association. We need to have an interactive engagement, Fitspa, because these women are looking for finance. You're looking for people who can take your money and you trust them. I'm telling you, you can trust them. They'll pay, they fear debt. But there's sometimes when a fintech acts like it's the World Bank, yeah? Like, come down to my level. You want me to take your money. You need me more than I need you. Didn't you know that? If you have money to give, you need it to be taken. So come down to my level. Speak my language. It's not IMF that gave you that money. So why are you applying IMF rules to my what? To my money. You're taking collateral. You're taking all sorts of things. You come and investigate my business. You make me have a personal guarantee. You take what are we doing to each other? So I think that if we do more collaborative engagements, who's your customer? Can you collaborate with them? Can you do something with them? It will demystify that relationship. You will stop looking at the customer like that person who's looking at a germ in a microscope. You come down to their level. And I think that this country will only be transformed by the private sector, like every other country. But we will not transform this country if we behave and we think like the very institutions that stifle us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mrs. Fiona Wall, Senior Counsel, for that engaging keynote. Another round of applause for her, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a slight ask. Could 15 people please follow me to the other session on preparing due diligence for members in the deal book, sponsored by Grant Thornton. I'll lead the way. And you also need to know that I have the keys to the cocktail bar, so you need to be nice to me. But in all seriousness, like I said, we're aiming at interactive, engaging sessions, so it's in your interest to attend, and I can promise it will be worth your while. As we proceed, I would also like to invite the moderator and panelists for the session meant to commence right now, as I take the rest to the other room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. I really love your voice. I need to keep hearing you speak. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Fiona Wall, for instilling in us words of wisdom. Yes, I've captured a few things in my world. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not wearing all those hats, but I've gone away with a number of things to think about. I have gone away with an impact to be greater. I have gone away with a voice to be bigger. And I have also learned that there is need for inclusive engagement, open communication, shared goals, collaborative leadership, resource sharing, and utilizing collaboration tools. Thank you very much for instilling in us words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, again with so much energy and joy, are you happy? Yes, I need to hear that joy. It needs to ooze out to your neighbor. Allow me again to introduce to you our panelists this afternoon. I will start with somebody very special. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Anita. Anita, as I introduce you, please come up. She is an experienced business development and strategic partnerships professional with over 15 years in fintech, banks, and telecommunications. She is coming up. I think you can see her wearing all those hats. She has held significant roles, including head of partnerships at Stanbic Bank and country manager at Cellulant Uganda. Previously, Anita worked as a systems analyst for MTN and Airtel. Can I hear another clap? She holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and is currently pursuing an MBA. Her mission is to drive positive transformation in Africa, leveraging her financial technology backgrounds and experience. Welcome again, Anita. Yes, with so much energy again, I am honored to introduce to you another woman of substance, Barbara Alinda Among. The clapping is not as good. Can we have it in soprano, alto, and bass? Barbara is a seasoned executive with extensive expertise in managing complex corporate regulatory, data protection, legal, and compliance issues. She excels in driving organizational strategy and fostering stakeholder relationships within the financial and data sectors. Currently, Barbara serves as the Executive Director at the Credit Reference Bureau Association of Uganda, the umbrella organization for Licensed Credit Reference Bureau, and is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Additionally, she is the founder and CEO of WinCurve Consult Limited, a company specializing in training and consultancy in data protection and compliance. Throughout her career, Barbara has received numerous accolades, including recognitions and awards as top performer and one of the pioneers establishing judge assistants in Uganda. An advocate for corporate governance, she also serves as the members of Business Development Committee of the Institute of Corporate Governance of Uganda. With over 12 years of expertise, Barbara has engaged extensively with both local and international organizations in her fields of expertise and actively seeks collaborative opportunities. She holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice, and the CIPP Europe qualification. Very welcome, Barbara. A big round of applause for that. Yes, I am honored to introduce to you another woman of substance, Primera Muthoni. Primera Muthoni is an accomplished marketeer and engineer. She is walking very gracefully. We can see you, Primera. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Telecommunications Engineering and is completing a Master's of Science degree in Technology, Innovation, and Industry Development, both from Makerere University. She also holds a postgraduate diploma in marketing from the Chartered Institute of Marketing in the United Kingdom, where she is a member. Primera is also passionate about coaching and mentoring, particularly with a focus on empowering women in business and technology. She has been mentoring in the area of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math for the last 5 years, 11 cohorts, and she serves on the Fitspa Women Committee. She is also passionate about creating and mentoring the largest community of women who are interested in and practicing software engineering in Uganda and Africa. Thank you very much. I am honored to see you, beautiful ladies. How is your afternoon? Okay. Ooh, today is quite interesting. Once again, this afternoon we are having a conversation. We are having a conversation on maximizing collaboration through communities, platforms, and resources. Yes? Okay, so in my world, I'm looking at a community. Right now we are in a community, a group of people, same ideas, alignment of goals, thinking the same way, an effective system. That is my world of defining a community. When I go down to platforms, we have talked about Fitspa mentorship programs. We've talked about angel investors. We've talked about digital platforms. We've talked about venture capitalists. And of course, the fintech ecosystem. When we embrace the journey of resources, it's quite diverse. I will look at me as a woman. Historically, I think there's internal, external resources, and also all those resources that are untapped. Internally, I think women, we are resilient. Do we agree? We are very creative. Are we together? And I think we have that inner strength that comes naturally. And also, we're very good at solving problems. When I go through the external, we will also embrace the financial tools. We will embrace the professional networks like the mentors and the digital platforms, and of course, the untapped opportunities. I will start with you, Miss Barbara. As an enterprise leader and also a pioneer lawyer in the CRB Bureau, in the Credit Reference Bureau industry. And again, you're also currently serving as the Executive Director for the Credit Reference Bureau Association of Uganda. What do you think is the importance of community in pursuing collaboration.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday. Does it feel like a Friday? Well, I'm very excited. I don't know whether you're excited. I'm not seeing the excitement to be part of this all-female Fitspa women platform this afternoon. Personally, I'm very excited to be part of this platform that is building on the amazing discussions we had from yesterday, this morning, the amazing keynote speech from Fiona, and then to the topics that we're having right now. So thank you to Fitspa and the organizers, the sponsors of this event, and to all of you who have made the time and the effort to participate. My name, as already introduced by Angel, my name is Barbara Among Arinda. I serve mainly at the Credit Reference Bureaus Association of Uganda. We also call it the CRB Association or CRABA. Let CRABA stick with you, so that when we meet over cocktail, all we have to say is CRABA, CRABA, right? So the other name is CRABA, the short name is CRABA. And at CRABA, what we mainly do is, it's an umbrella body of credit reference bureaus in Uganda. Currently, we have 4 credit reference bureaus. I'm sure you've heard about mainly the 3. The 4th one just got licensed. So we have Credit Info, formerly Experian, CompuScan, and then we have Metropole, and then we have New Grid, one of our sponsors. Can we give a hand clap to New Grid? Yes. And then these bureaus, and then the 4th one is Amada. These 4 bureaus are licensed by Bank of Uganda, and we bring them together just to make sure that we work towards the different initiatives and the objectives around financial access, financial inclusion, responsible borrowing, and also making sure that we have good and rich data that can inform lending decisions. So we offer that platform where we get to empower and support responsible and legal credit information collection, sharing, and then usage within the ecosystem. And then we also ensure that we create a framework that has standards and policies that promote responsible credit information sharing, because we are dealing with people's personal data. So we must make sure that there are particular standards that are met. Then we also do training and awareness sessions. I'm sure some of you have been part of these. So we do these just to create more knowledge around credit information sharing. This is across to the users of the system. These would be the credit providers. And then, of course, the consumers, who are the data subjects, whose data is being used. And then also across the board, the stakeholders, could be Bank of Uganda, could be FSDU, where we get to have an engagement, or other parties like Fitspa, these association bodies. And then we also drive a lot of collaborations and partnerships towards value, realizing value for our members, and then the greater industry within which we operate. So just to respond to the question, I find that I have a number of examples. I think I'll just use examples because Fiona went into most of the things that we benefit, all the objectives of a collaboration. The Credit Reference Bureaus Association was incorporated in 2021. Actual operationalizing of the association was this year, 2024, when I started working there. So what happened then was, I'd always been in a managerial position. I'd been a leader, I'm a lawyer, but I'd never headed an association. And the parties I was working with were typically normal businesses, credit reference bureaus, banks. We had had a few interactions with UBA. And for me, the first thing that came to my mind was to map out the stakeholders. Map out the stakeholders for the whole sole purpose of getting to share knowledge, pick experiences, and get information. And for us, that was the starting point, because we were like, we are going to start with this, but I have my members, yes. I'm a leader, I've done all these things, I have people I can work with that can handhold me. But at the end of the day, we need people who have been in the game, people who understand and appreciate the different practices around associations, but then over and above that, stakeholders who have a stake or impact on credit reference bureau business. So we went ahead and did a mapping, and we looked at the regulators, We looked at the different clientele, those are the data subjects, or the borrowers. We looked at the different credit providers from the banks, Tier 4 and the like. We looked at the different industry associations that we could work with, and then we looked at the development partners. And then we also looked at the sets of information and experiences we're trying to look out for. And I think in those first months, I paid most of you visits. You remember our visit? Oh, you can't hear me? Okay. So around that time, I think we paid a couple of you visits, and it was really to initiate the conversations and get to appreciate and understand. We were pretty inquisitive. We are still inquisitive because we are growing, we are learning. So I think then for me, a community is, whereas we can have the association in its legal standing as having an independent structure, you cannot operate in isolation. Whether you're already established or already existing, and for us, we've lived that. We've seen that, yes, we have a legal mandate, we have all this independence to do ABCD, but for us to be able to realize certain strategic objectives and drive certain initiatives, we need certain information, we need knowledge, and we've engaged the different stakeholders within the business community within which we operate to try get that information, to try get that knowledge, to pick on their experiences, and it's been very, very, very valuable. So thanks to all the stakeholders in this room who are still feeding us with the knowledge, experience that we are getting as CRABA.
Thank you.
Just another thing. So the other area that we've been able to pick on has been, another example I can give is a common voice or joint advocacy. Before the association was incorporated, we were dealing with an issue of legal reforms within the CRB industry. And we're finding that the different credit reference bureaus were actually moving to Bank of Uganda, Ministry of Finance, and then different development partners to try drive change. So you're spending money, you're spending time, and all these things. So when we realized that different people are running with the same agenda, we said, why don't we incorporate an association? We collaborated. Now this was inter-party within the industry. You can see that we came together, formed the association for that purpose, basically for the good of the industry. So you will see that collaborations, you don't have to run with things by yourself. You can come together for a common voice, shared goals, and drive all these other things. Another example I'll give is trying to minimize on the stress that could come on your finances, all facilities and resources. Like you said, resource optimization. So we are a new association, very lean on budget. We have a limited staff. And one of the things that we wanted to do, because we had had a change, we've had a change in the law, was to try create awareness and educate about the Credit Reference Bureau system and the changes therein. So we did not have the budget for this. So what we did, we reached out to different stakeholders. We reached out to AMFU, that's Association of Microfinance Institutions, Uganda Bankers Association, and then Fitspa. Why we did this, it's because they're the association bodies that house the credit providers that we wanted to reach out to, as opposed to us having to now reach out to the individual credit providers, writing letters, calling. These guys don't even know us yet, calling, and so many other things. These three parties were willing to move the journey with us. I remember very well, AMFU took on to set up the meetings, the Zoom calls for over, I think, 100 participants. So we didn't even have to do the logistics for that. We worked on the artwork. We got some feedback that would help with the content from Fitspa. They would always share, these are their expectations, as opposed to us now having to do individual surveys. And we were able to do, I think, sessions during, if you remember, we did up to 3, and now we have a demand for more sessions where we've not had less than 50 participants. Like, that has been amazing. Each session, over 50 participants. So yes, those are some of the 3 things that I would say. So yeah, there is so much value in community when it comes to collaborations.
Thank you very much, Barbara. I've gathered, yes, I see that there is shared knowledge and resource, there is support and motivation, networking and connections, and then you have joint advocacy and a common voice. So all these has come together. There's networking and connections. So all this has been a great contribution to this. I will take you to the next question. As you were speaking, I heard you mention something to do with data. Yes, in today's digital landscape, we realize that data has become one of the most valuable assets for organizations. We find that the increased focus on data privacy is not surprising, as companies recognize the importance of safeguarding their data. We realize also that presently, most companies are very protective of their data. And I know you're also very protective because we do not trust anybody. Please share your thoughts on this and other risks that come with collaboration.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think Fiona hinted on trust and transparency. And this is one of the things that happen with collaborations. You're getting different parties that you do not ordinarily deal with in your day-to-day engagements. So you're a bit hasty, or you're not very sure on what to share. Maybe other people would be quite free. There are people who are free to share anything, but some people are not sure what to share, whether they are going to share sensitive information, confidential information, but over and above that, over and above sharing confidential or sensitive information that is akin to an organization, we find that most engagements, when they are taking off, depending on the kind of project that is being handled, you could find that there are certain data sets that are being exchanged or handled or exposed between the different parties that may actually have personal data. I do not want to complicate the conversation with personal data, because many people would ask what personal data is, but maybe briefly to say is that personal data, that data that you can use to identify someone clearly. An example could be where you're running with a project, you've come together with different parties, and let's say, very simple, you intend to do a training session for let's say certain institutions, and you're shared with a list of employees within that association. It could be an Excel, and this Excel has so much information, from your names, full names, where you stay, your NIN, and it's going to someone's systems. So the question is, this kind of information, if it's personal data or if it's sensitive company information, how do you ensure that it's safe? Otherwise, if you do not ensure that there is security or that this information is safe, then it means you're going to face data and security risks, which could include data theft, unauthorized access or sharing of the information, or illegal use of the information, or it could be a data breach that could actually get to, put you in a reputational risk. So you could be exposed to all these things. And I think, to what Fiona said, it's important when you're starting out, whatever collaboration, engagement you're having, or a partnership, it's important that you understand the scope, the goal, and the extent of your kind of engagement that you're getting into. Is it something that is so simple that you will not be exposing sensitive company information, you'll not be dealing with people's personal data? Is it something that is too detailed, that it could get so complex and you could exchange so much information, not only limited to company information, but also people's information? So it's important that you understand the scope, the extent of the project that you're going to be handling. And once you've done that, you need to ascertain if then you need to enter into non-disclosure agreements. I understand some collaborations could actually get into working partnerships. So any pre-transactional discussions, negotiations, you can put together a confidentiality agreement, non-disclosure agreements, where people take that undertaking. But people are also accustomed to just signing non-disclosure agreements. I think it's also important that people get to appreciate the sort of transaction that they're getting in, over and above just putting signatures on documents and keeping them away. It's important that people get to appreciate the importance of keeping information that is going to be shared confidential and secure as much as they can. That way people get to appreciate the value of confidentiality, trust and transparency, as opposed to, just taking out documentation and without initiating people or letting them know the need or educating them about the need. The other thing, given the circumstances, if you intend to deal with detailed information that will include sharing people's personal data, then you might need to consider signing data sharing agreements where you take care of different clauses that would cover for obligations and responsibilities relating to data sharing, how people take care of data privacy matters, security, and the like. Then the other thing is to put together a clear framework, how you're going to operate. A clear framework that talks about guidelines that you spoke about, who is responsible for what, to clear out any ambiguity. So that's what I would say about briefly when it comes to data protection. There are so many other risks, not like your everyday risks. I would say I have a risk friend in place, not those that would be in reds, but there are so many other risks around, let's say strategic risk, where probably the parties get into a collaboration and they have different objectives. People have different objectives. They've come in there, but someone else is thinking a different goal, another party is thinking a different goal, and there is no meeting of the minds. And if you get in there, you're likely to get problems as you execute, and even to the point of getting deliverables. That's if the project kicks off anyway. So it's very clear that with your framework, mapping out the scope, people are able to appreciate that. Then there are things also to do with operational, where people are also not understanding their responsibilities, who is supposed to do what. Then you also have different cultures. You could find people are used to doing things a different way, other people probably are doing things the other way, which could cause a lot of problems. And so many other risks reputational and the like when it comes to people who are not aligning to your company values. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's need for a clear framework. And I also sense in your discussion competition over collaboration. There's cultural differences you've talked about, and clear rules and regulations, data management, and all this. Thank you very much. There's been a lot of learning from your session. I will now very quickly come and say hello to you, Miss Primera. How are you this afternoon? I can't hear you.
You can now.
Yes. Primera, I know you have a lot of dedication for the women, passion, attachment, the girl child, the G4G. Yes, G4G is girls for girls. Yeah. But right now we are just embracing the journey of Fitspa. You have an unwavering dedication to uplifting women, particularly within the Fitspa community. And your journey is quite inspiring and very transformative. Can you take us back to an experience in your life that not only sparked this deep passion, but also shaped your vision for empowering women?
Thank you, Angel. Like Alinda, I'm very excited to be here today, and I hope you all are. It's a Friday. We should be a bit excited to be here. I hope you all are. And today I'm here as a mentor, and I've mentored in the area of STEM specifically because the challenges they're in are different, and they are easy to recognize, especially when I have worked in other spaces that are not mainstream engineering. I've worked a lot in the marketing space, and then you look at the differences between the women in the both areas, and you see a very big difference, hence my reason to be in the STEM section. I've mentored and coached 11 cohorts so far in the area of STEM, and you'd think those are very many women, but getting them to the room is very difficult to get them to just come and be mentored. Now, my aha moment started about 6 years ago when a friend of mine, we used to go to work every day. She was a year ahead of me, so she had already started working. And we were working for the biggest telco. We come every day to work. And I thought she was happy, really. I honestly thought she was happy until one day during lunchtime, she breaks down and says, you know what, I feel stuck at my job. And that was the beginning of me saying, okay, let me not take this for granted. To be honest, up to that point, I've been our sector is very male dominated, but I have never had a situation where I felt like the only woman in the room situation. And I know that is maybe a privilege that I've had, but until that point, I really hadn't understood how bad it was. So the men who have been in my environment in my early career pushed me a lot. Like I didn't have any benefits that I was a woman, that I couldn't do certain things. If it meant going to the switches, I would be there at 16-degree switch, the same hours they would do, I would do the same hours. But that day when she told me she's stuck, I was like, okay, what does it actually mean? And still, she looked like she was enjoying her job, but she really wasn't. But then the problems don't actually start with the job. We finish 4 years of university, you get a job, and then it doesn't progress the way you want it to go, especially in the career space. But what does it mean to grow from there on? Without mentorship, especially, it has become very critical. Hence my love to be in that space. This year alone, okay, so in 2023, Fitspa women started to think they can do the mentoring for women. And we were in the pilot. We were only 2 in the pilot, 2 mentors in the pilot stage, and we supported mentorship. Now, we have a group, over 500 women, and the call was like, how many women want to be mentored? And very few showed up, okay? Very few raised their hand, and even those who raised their hand, very few people actually showed up, for the mentorship. So we're like, okay, it's a pilot study, let's finish. Then let's go to the real mentoring. And okay, now here there are more mentors, there are more mentees. But of those allocated to me, I think only 2 showed up faithfully, and I'm happy they're in the room. And we have been able to bond and learn a lot. One mentee, I would give her a book to read. She's done in 1 week. I'm stuck. So I'm like, okay, so next Monday I have to think of what else we're going to do and what else we're going to work on. But there are 2 sides to it. Either the one who is really, really excited about this mentorship, and the one who is like, okay, let me take it on and see where it takes me. So the mentorship supports with growth. So back to my friend, today she's not stuck because of mentorship. Because of a journey, you take on a journey of mentorship, you learn, you start unblocking certain areas, you start unblocking. At that point, I was also stuck with a topic called negotiation. I didn't know how to negotiate better for what I wanted. I didn't want a salary increment per se, but I wanted different work. I'm in my job, but I wanted to do certain work, and I didn't want to do certain work. And I wanted to be able to go back to my boss and tell him, you know what, I am tired of doing this work. I want to do this work. I want to learn more. Because sometimes it's not always about money. Sometimes it's about the opportunity, especially if you're in a big organization, being able to take advantage of bigger roles or certain situations that you'd not ordinarily get. Okay? Have you been able to present in an EXCO meeting? That's a big deal. There is visibility. Okay? It doesn't come with a salary increment, but it has come with visibility. When a role shows up, you get that one. The ability to take advantage of situations where you learn to do more things that you never have done. So the organization I was working for was MTN, and they have an MTN Foundation, which is a not-for-profit. So my whole life had been spent in profit, but I want to learn how to work in a not-for-profit. So what do? I say I want to volunteer in the not-for-profit. And I learned a lot but no one would ordinarily give me that chance unless first I ask for it. 2, I'm in an environment where it is there. So why not? Let me ask and be able to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. You also highlighted a very interesting fact, because I realized that this sector is mainly dominated by the men. And I see that so many women are shying away from it and taking up these opportunities. But as we reflect on that, I'll take you back to the next question. As somebody with a unique perspective, where do you believe the most meaningful and untapped opportunities for collaboration exist for the Fitspa women community?
Right, so I've already talked into one, which is mentorship.
Yes.
Sometimes it's the only way to know where the opportunities are. So the next time when there's a call for mentorship, first of all, to belong to Fitspa women, you just need to be in the fintech space, technology space, to be part of the community. There is not much you're asked to be in that community. It's not a paid membership community, but it's a community of women. So the next time they ask for women to be mentored, please show up. Then there is one other thing that they do, is ask you which area do you want to be mentored in, so that they're able to pair you up with a mentor in that space. So if you're in, for example, you're a software developer and you want to learn in the area of leadership, you could ask to learn in the area of leadership so that you're paired with somebody who can be able to support you. That's the only way to actually grow. Then the other thing is being able to just believe in yourself. Sometimes we think and hope that when I'm doing a certain role, someone is going to see me and be able to take me out of that space to something else. It's not happening. You have to get yourself from that position and get yourself seen. And that takes me down to the platforms. Are you on LinkedIn? Are you active in the social media spaces where you are at? You were added in a WhatsApp group, you didn't even introduce yourself, you didn't tell us what you do, and when you come across important material or nice material, you never post in it. So you're in a group, but you're not active, but you're there. On social media, you never post. I'm happy my mentees now post and are active because I hold them accountable to being able to do those things, to be able to have visibility for themselves. Then the other one that I have seen as women is that we take so long to leverage even the collaborations we are talking about. So we are talking about collaboration today, but even after today, the people who are going to come and ask Ziana, when is the next mentorship session, are going to be very few. You want to be friends with her first. You want to be close friends with her before you ask. It's a women thing, and we need to stop it. Okay? Until I know you so well is when I want to ask you for something. You shouldn't wait too long to leverage relationships. It's one of the weakest things women have. Men will sit at a social event. By the time they are done, a deal is closed. But for us, we are not able to do the same thing in terms of collaboration and being able to know that. The other one is being able to leverage, goes hand in hand with being able to leverage the relationships we already have. We take too long. We are not able to also identify those opportunities because we are not in active conversations, either with ourselves or with others. Being able to say, okay, I have an issue here. Who can be able to support me actively in this area? And where can I actually get help? And then when you actually get help, stay in it until you actually get good support. Don't have a mentor for 1, 2, 3 days and then just let it go. Some people are busy. I've had a mentee who has come to my office desk every Monday, faithfully, for the last 6 months. Unless something happens to her, she's unwell, she will show up. So because she knows I might be busy to meet her even after 5 or somewhere else, later, she's showing up in my space to be able to say, I'm here at your lunch hour. We are going to have this conversation. When I give an assignment, she's able to actually do it. So it's a two-way thing. So when you find those people, also do that. Then we also talk about mentors. We talk about having sponsors. Sponsors are people sometimes we may not be able to call out and say, be my sponsor. But they see our work, they see us giving each other visibility, and they can talk about you in a room. Say, you know what? She presented really well in this EXCO meeting. Maybe we should give her more work to do. So it's many things in our workplace. Being continuously looking out for spaces where you can actually contribute. Don't say that's not in my job description. Don't say I wasn't hired to do that. always ask to do more than you're actually paid to, because you're there for the 8 hours anyway. So why not do more? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I also realize still there's also collaboration between the women and the traditional banks as well, with all the financial institutions. And I've also learned that there is also that element of research through your discussions. So my last question for you for now, yes, as also an industry practitioner deeply embedded in the Fitspa community, could you take us on a journey through your vision of collaboration? And here we can connect maybe our individual stories and see how do we redefine the future for women in our community.
So I'm going to take us from the last 2 days, and if you have not had the privilege to be here since yesterday morning, I will ask that you look for the material of what we've been through. Now, we've learned a lot, and there's a very huge shift in technology. Yesterday, we went through the 4 stages of AI and all, and I kept thinking, I've only experienced 3, and there were 5, and I'm thinking, okay, how do I experience the rest? But what happens is that what that has brought about is a change in also the careers. If you would have asked me what my career plan was when I joined tech, I could not have defined it for you very clearly. The idea is that even now, we may not be able to properly define the careers. We need support. And a lot of careers are going to show up in the next, we don't know how many years of change and shifts. So there's a lot of required mentorship. I'm a product manager, and that's why they said I'm an engineer and I'm a marketer. Because when I moved to product management, I realized I could not do it without marketing. So I had very good engineering background, but I could not do it very well. So I had to go back to school, study the marketing, and do product management. So I design user journeys. But in that space, I can count the number of people who can actually do that in Uganda, like in my space. So I'm looking to replicate them. How do I do that? Like being in spaces where people are saying, you know what, how can we find these new careers? Who can be able to support them? I would like to do that because I would like to make sure that as many organizations have the perfect products, develop perfect user journeys. But that's not possible if we hold on to certain spaces. So what I'm thinking and wanting and what I would love is to find a space where we can share knowledge, especially as women in Fitspa, be able to share areas in which career spaces where women can go into. I'm saying that because I want to say today there's a very big gap in the product management space, and I'm looking for more women to come into it. So if you're thinking about career change, come into product management. And I'm here to hold your hand. So there are so many other spaces. AI, what does that mean for our careers, you know? Like, how do we exchange knowledge and grow each other, especially in our careers? How do we make our employers who are members in Fitspa be able to see a shift in our jobs every day? And they come and say, what a wonderful thing that Fitspa Women is doing, because we can actually see a shift at work. Okay? Through the mentorship we have done, I didn't tell this to Ziana and the women's committee, but there is an employer who called and said, I can see a change in this employee, you know? I can see that they have contributed in the space that we are in every day in a different and positive way. So can we shift even how the companies who are part of Fitspa, let them, because they're also a big stakeholder in the Fitspa Women and its success. So are we able to do that as women, be able to shift, especially in the career space, being able to craft what that means? We have also started a circle where we are saving money, hopefully. So it's in the works. So I'm hoping that also that changes our financial position so that we're able to work better for the companies at employers. Thank you.
Wow, as you were speaking, I also went into another world. I was seeing virtual workspaces. I don't know, I was seeing maybe Microsoft and Zoom changing, I don't know, Microsoft Teams, everything becoming more sophisticated. And I've also learned that in your world, you're seeing a pool of creative thinkers and innovators, and there's emotional intelligence where you're sharing knowledge, and there's also a shift in soft skills. Thank you very much, Premier. It was very interesting to discuss this with you. Yes, the next conversation is addressed to you, Anita. With your expertise as a business developer and strategic professional, we realize that your expertise is very valuable to Fitspa community. In your view, how do platforms like Fitspa Women's Mentorship Program enable growth? We would like you to share some experiences that you have witnessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. And Angel, sorry. First of all, I want to start with congratulating the team at Fitspa. A very big congratulations to Ziana, to Tina, and to the rest of the team. These guys are doing an awesome job. And specifically when it comes to the contributions that they're making, developing women within the sector. There's a lot that they are doing. And I'll just speak specifically very recently to a program that they recently started where they are mentoring young girls within the sector. They are connecting them to opportunities. They are connecting them to mentors. And I think that is really a start of great things. I'm sure the way we are attending the 6th Fintech conference today, we are going to see great stories as well coming out of a program like that. Do I see Daisy? Yes. I want to talk about Daisy. Daisy, if you don't mind, just stand up and let everybody see you for 1 second. Daisy is a third-year student in software engineering. And in this program recently that Ziana and her team started, I was matched to mentor Daisy. Now, I don't know how many of you at 20 were thinking of looking for mentors. I wasn't. So first of all, starting from there, you can sit down, Daisy. It's very impressive that a 20 years, third-year student is already thinking of mentors, is already thinking of opportunities, is already asking questions about business, about starting a company and ideas and how she can be supported. And I think for sure, with a program like this, and given the state of affairs, I don't think it's just a Uganda problem, but world over, I think opportunities within, let's say, if you get out and you go to look for a job. So, 18 years ago when I went out to look for a job, and I think in comparison with somebody today who is leaving uni to go and look for a job, the opportunities are looking very different, and opportunities have sort of shifted. And increasingly today, you have to go out and actually create your own opportunity. And I think more than ever, these are the programs that we need to support endeavors like those. Because even what we learn, and I think the world is also just evolving really quickly. There are all sorts of new things that are coming up. Academia is not fast enough. So, with the knowledge that you live with and what you find on the market, there's so much catch-up that you need to do. And there's so many opportunities that you need to cultivate yourself. And that is where truly I support, programs like this. Myself, I've benefited from a program like this. I'll just share with you briefly. It was, I think, 2012. I had been working for about 5 years. I was working in tech. I was tired of the late night deployments at midnight to 6 in the morning. So I just decided, what, let me take a break. Join my mom in her business as I figure out what I want to do next. So I took a sabbatical for about a year and a half. And when I decided that, okay, now I'm ready to get back into work, I'd been out of employment for about a year and a half, and I know things had changed, but also I knew that I did not want to get back into another late night deployment. So I wanted to, stay in tech, but get onto the business train. And at the time I joined a program called the Women of Passion program with Outbox. Within that program, we learned so many things. So, we learned about fancy things like, the lean startup, human-centered design. I was so excited. So I was in that program for about 3 months. And after I finished that program, I was then ready to go out and do interviews. But equipped with the knowledge that I had gained from this side, after the break that I had taken, that is how I was able to be successful with the next opportunity that presented that presented itself, and that's how I continued to grow. So there are really many opportunities that I see that are happening within Fitspa, within the innovation hubs. I really implore each and every one of us to be open, because I think it starts from there. Just being really open, being committed with programs like this, because you just never know, what somebody is going to tell you. Or there's an opportunity here. There's new knowledge that you've received in your training that can push you a mile. So truly, the other thing that I see, maybe the other opportunity that I see is, public-private, partnerships to give people opportunities as well, where they can, get into employment or do some sort of internship. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Yes, I've mastered a bit for giving people opportunities and also for lighting the way for the next generation of leaders, and also ensuring that the future of fintech is very dynamic and diverse. The other question coming to you. Yes, from your perspective, Ms. Anita, what are the critical ingredients that create a thriving, collaborative environment within the fintech ecosystem?
I think, first of all, we need to understand, number one, where the opportunities are within our own context, and what are the gaps that are holding us back from reaching those opportunities. So, let's take an example of one common one, which, for example, is in the skills that we need. So you'll find that increasingly, businesses requiring skills, let's say in data science, are requiring, maybe you should have some sort of understanding, in how you can use AI as a productivity tool, for example. So when it comes to collaboration and, the collaboration initiatives that an organization or an association like Fitspa wants to take on, once we've identified what are those gaps, then how do we work together to bridge those gaps? Are we going to develop skills? Are we going to have a boot camp? Are we going to have an accelerator to enable us close those gaps? So I think, just off the bat, those are some of the...
Thank you very much. I think through all that, we're able to create a powerful framework for collaboration, innovation, and empowerment. And hence, we shall have a sustained growth for women in the fintech ecosystem. I would now like to invite 4 questions from the audience, please. Thank you. Maybe you could mention if you're addressing it to Primera, or anybody can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Patricia Katsabe. I work with the Credit Information Providers Association. Thank you so much, ladies, for the input. And my question can be answered by anyone here, anyone on the panel. And my question is to do, I think someone hinted on it, but then they didn't go in depth, how to navigate the space in a male-dominated sector. So you realize that as a woman, and especially young women, you're sort of, the perception they'll have of you is from down there, and you have to work your way up. right? So how do you navigate that? Is it maybe doing your research, knowing what to say? How have you navigated that in your experience?
Okay, somebody else is in the corner there, please. I see there's another one here. Thank you for that question, Miss Patricia.
Hello, my name is Stella Simiyu. I work for a company called Sentinel Africa. My question is addressed to any of the women. You've given us some of your defining moments. For example, your story about you were feeling stuck and then you took a break and then joined this program and all that. So a lot of the time when we talk about the issue of mentorship and coaching, we automatically go back to mentorship and coaching for maybe someone who's starting out, a 20-year-old, etc. So what would you say is the difference between a mentor and a coach? And as women, where do you find the right mentors, the right coaches, to be able to help you navigate the hard decisions in your life?
Thank you very much for your question. We have taken note. Yes, we have another question. I saw a hand. I think we go ahead and answer. Yes, please ask so we can tackle those three first.
Good evening,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Marianne May Chazike. Mine will go to the second speaker. And I see many people asking about mentorship. I'm not sure if I'm asking a question, but this is an observation I've made, and probably you can say more about it. I think many girls out there, many young women starting out in their careers want to be mentored. We may not really opt for a one-off program, but seeing off the ladies we're working with, the strong women we see out there, we want to pick continuous inspiration from them. However, from my own experience, but also from different people's experiences, sometimes when you approach these ladies for, guidance on a thing or two, sometimes you don't get you're not welcomed as expected. What would you say about the women who are out, who have made it? How can they also maybe be supported to reach out to these young ladies out there, more so in the male-dominated industries, where you have a few people that you have to look out to? Yeah.
I think we'll start with you, Premier. Yes, thank you.
That's actually a real big problem. So you find that in a company, the ladies or the men that need to be mentored are more because the people in the C-suite are few, right? I've had situations where someone says, by the time I just get out of my door, I have like 5 people asking me to do that. So I'm just going to go to Fitspa Women, and because it's one of the areas that we're going to be looking to grow for the next couple of years, and it's been done in such a way that you're going to be paired with a place where you have interest, okay? So if you're looking to be in leadership, we'll pair you with a mentor who is going to be supporting you in the area of mentorship. Secondly, there is a sort of framework to guide that. It's not just I'm meeting you and we have nothing to talk about. I have a framework as a mentor to take you through. Third, there is no rule that after the 6 months we are done. That's the thing. So the people I first mentored, where is she? Somewhere behind there. In the pilot program, I still can see her, right? We can still have a relationship, and we have really good relationships with everyone I've mentored, okay? The other thing is now for us as mentors to be open and approachable. Like I said, sometimes we are busy, but I have one who comes my lunchtime faithfully. She knows where to find me at my desk on a particular day. She comes on Mondays, lunchtime. She knows herself. She will tell you about herself. So she comes on Monday at lunchtime because I have purpose to also make time for her on Monday at lunchtime. But look at it, she's actually giving the same energy I'm giving. It's not one way. So the moment you're paired with a mentor, don't take it for granted. Show up. They have time for you. They have made up time. Please show up. The women, Fitspa women has access to, you will not have access to them. So you're being given a very good opportunity to be part of that environment. Okay? So let's work with the Fitspa women. At least that one I can tell you for sure it's going to work well for you to be able to be part of that environment. And then say, I want to learn this. So after 6 months, if I say now I want to learn something else, you'll be paired with another mentor who that's the area of specialty. Because by the time they asked me to be a mentor, I agreed to certain areas where I am good at. So let's say after 2-3 years, how good are you? You're really good, right? And there's a lot of visibility for you in the environment. So let's take advantage of that. The mentorship is also two-way. You have to make time. If someone is serious, trust me, I'll also make time for that person because that person is really serious coming to the table and they want to learn certain things. So in the male-dominated, when you talk about a male-dominated space, I feel like it's also the way our mind is thinking. I am very genderless in my brain, and that has helped me. I try to look at things from a very neutral perspective. I don't look at this is a man, he's my boss, or this is a woman, my boss. Like, try to look at it from a very genderless perspective when you're working. So when you are trying to do tasks, don't give excuses because I'm a woman. There are those things we do that make it look like that. But if you come to the table with good energy, I have not had an experience where someone is going to say, okay, for you are a woman, you can't do this. It's usually because someone has shown that they can't do something because they're a woman. We have that, we are thinking, okay, I'm a woman, I can't do this, okay? I have spent 16 hours or 8 hours in a switch, in the Mbuya switch. It's like 16 degrees, okay? And I'm not complaining because I'm a woman. What am I doing here in a switch? Looking for what the errors are, okay? I am in there because of my job and what I do and not because I'm a woman. And guess what? Someone will come and say, okay, let me support, let's do this as a team. Think of it from a team perspective and then also try to be very gender, because they're all around us. There's nothing you can do about it. Let's just think of it from a gender neutral perspective. I'm going to give somebody work, not because they're a woman or because it's a man, just give work. Even when you're a manager, just give equal work. Let people prove themselves they can do or they cannot do it, but just look at it from a gender neutral perspective. It will really help.
Thank you, Primera. I think she's also asking us to consider the fact all the time whether it's a shift of mindset or a shift of perspective. There was another question to discuss the difference between mentor and coach. Did I get it right? And also, how do we find the right mentor and the coach? Any of you can take it up, please? Thank you.
I'm not an expert in this area, but just I would imagine when somebody is working with a coach, they are targeting very specific areas that they want to develop in. So it could be, I'm working with a coach to support me on how I can make a business presentation. I'm working with a coach to guide me on how I can create a business strategy. Whereas a mentor is more broad. I hope I hope that's right, but just, very broadly, that's the way I understand it. So with a mentor, you're working on a broad range of issues. So you're not specifically sitting down together to target, let's say, developing in this very specific skill. So if you want a coach, it means, you're very clear on that area that you want to develop, and you've sought out that person who understands that area very well, and they are going to support you in that area. So whereas a mentor, a mentor could be anybody. You could be in technology, your mentor could be a doctor, and they are supporting you very broadly and giving you guidance very broadly on how you can progress and grow in whichever area. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Anita. Barbara, would you like to shed more light on that?
I just wanted to add to what Primera talked about when it comes to mentorship programs. So I'm sure many of us seated in this room belong to different organizations, but if I asked how many of us have mentorship programs internally or buddy programs internally, how many? Hardly any. Yet we are seated here and we are probably wanting other people out of the organizations where we've built certain cultures, or people are experiencing different things and looking up to certain people, but there is no formal structure of doing any form of mentorship. So I think also from the organizations we come from, and if we belong, let's say to associations, we can also see how best we can support our members to incorporate the culture of putting together, let's say, internship programs, mentorship programs, just to make sure that we are able to support each other, because there is also only so much Fitspa Kraba can do if ourselves internally we do not have certain structures within our HR systems that can support young talent and even people who are already existing, but they're looking toward certain objectives or things to be able to achieve. And then maybe for the other people who qualify as mentees, because I also mentored some ladies, the learning is not only for them. There is also so much learning for you. So maybe that is something you need to look at, and also to be very intentional and deliberate, because many people, I think what makes them afraid is to bring someone new in their space and then try to fit them within their schedule. So it's about being intentional and putting this in your plan as you work your day, you work your month, and also know that you're adding value to someone and they're also adding value to you. And even if it's one way from you to them, you're doing an amazing job. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Do we have another question? Yes, there's a gentleman at the back. Thank you, gentleman, for asking the ladies a question. I'm looking forward to that question. Do we have another question? There's another one to my right, please. To my right. Yes. I think that will be the last.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mutebi Alawi. I'm the founder and CEO of Eurosat Group of Companies. I'm glad to be in this session, accidentally. But I've been in a number of sessions with Fitspa women. I think when they were launching, I was there. And I got this. So I found myself in the same space today. Mine is just an opinion. When it comes to mentorship, from my past experience, mentoring both female and male, it is always a complex task to understand individuals, but mostly I think I have got to understand the young women so much than the gentlemen. Reason being, the women have some sense of focus when it comes to doing tasks. And from that point of view, I have an opinion. If at all you could accept as Fitspa women, not only to have the mentors from the female side only, but only have that integral of some men, so that these mentees can have a feel of both the women and the men. I feel it is dangerous to only have the feel of women being mentors, because they are going to work with men as their bosses and some other. For the last years, we have had, as a company, we have had a number of mentorship programs with even support from private sector foundation. And we believe that many of these mentees have been ladies and they have benefited a lot, much as they have not been doing core engineering, but they have been integrated into the engineering processes. And I was happy when I had some kind of testimonials from Madame Mutoni and her, saying that when they got things so tough with the core engineering, they had to have a career shift somewhere into the other engineering processes that integrate the sales, which is product development. So that's the same experience we have been getting. Much as they don't get direct to the core engineering concepts, but at least they have somewhere they can suit into the engineering processes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could we get the last question from the back to my right? Another gentleman. Is it a lady?
A lady.
A lady. Sorry, I can't see well. There's another one at the back as well. Two only, please.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Immaculate Mutoni and I work with IoTech. Thank you, ladies, for the insightful discussion. My question goes to Barbara. You talked about the need for signing data sharing agreements, NDAs, but we've had instances where an individual comes disguised as an investor and they need your confidential information to make a good investment decision, but then they use it for certain other purposes. So in such situations, what would be your advice for such a company? Because we want investment, but then again, we have to guard ourselves and protect our data. So what would be your suggestion in such a case?
Thank you. The last question at the back. Thank you. That's the last question. My
Good evening,
panelists.
everyone. Oh, sorry.
Get it? Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Barbara Nanono. I work with Liquid Intelligent Technologies. I just wanted to give, it's a question and a comment. The difference between a coach and a mentor, there are three key things. A coach is specific and structured, and is for a period of time, and it involves finance. You have to pay for it. A mentor can run for a longer duration, and is broad, like the gentleman said, but it's free of charge. So my question is, the mentors in the Fitspa world, women, is it for free? And can we come, are they paid services? Just a clarification on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One last question, please.
Sorry, I already had the mic. My name is Gloria Nguparu from MTN. I would like to add something to what the gentleman had said. I'm glad to say that where we come from, the women are being empowered, and we even do have women in fintech that we celebrate. But of late, there is this myth, I think it's a social threat of men thinking that women who are empowered, who are mentored, I think they see women who are doing well, like they are being empowered, they are mentally upright, they see it as a threat. So I'm trying to wonder, how do we go about this social negativity towards women? You trying to get better is being seen by the men as a negative impact. How do we deal with that? Thank you.
Thank you. One last question. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yes, we've run out of time.
Hi, my name's Doreen and I work with Fitspa. And I just want to say thank you so much, ladies, for each and every single thing, for these discussions. It has been really, really insightful. And for me, mine is a question that I will pose to the audience, and not really to the panelists over there. When I was starting out with my work at Council Code, I had a chance to work with Primera for the first time. And a lot of the times when I think back to that time, I keep on telling people, I think I was just young. I did not see the opportunity that was before me. However, working with Fitspa Women has put me in this community where I have engaged with a lot of the ladies that are working here on the committee as the mentors, as coaches, and in so many different perspectives. And I will tell you one thing about these women. Something that Primera actually talked about, you are not going to find women in these positions and in these places for free and in a community where they are not going to charge you, they are actually going to give you attention. And let me tell you the thing I have seen about the women. I was actually talking about this earlier with Maria and Fatuma. These women are selfless. These are women that you're going to meet and talk to, and they're going to give you time, they're going to give you insights, they're going to check up on you, they're going to treat you like a friend, they're going to treat you like you're on the same level, wavelength. They're not going to make you feel like you are less than or like they're just helping you, you know? So I think for me, from that point, it becomes a question of, are we seeing the opportunity that is before us? And are we utilizing these opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's quickly dissect those two questions. And in the meantime, Maria Goretti Namudu and Fatuma, I hope you're in the house. Please get ready. Let's dissect those questions, and I will also allow you to give one, let's first answer that, and then we'll go to the next step. Sorry about that.
I'll answer the question from IoTech, Immaculate. So in that case, what you need to do before you get to sign the real detailed agreements, data sharing agreements, you need to do your supplier due diligence or third-party due diligence. So you need to run checks. Your due diligence should just not stop at the customers, but also people that you're getting into contracts with for transactional contracts, commercial contracts. You need to do some bit of due diligence and establish different backgrounds, financial standing, legal standing, and the like. So you're sure of the person you're entering into a contract with. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Anita, are you taking up the other question? It has been answered.
I think there was a question on the Fitspa.
Yes.
It's 100% free. There's no charge whatsoever. So anybody who wants to be part of the program, either the mentor or a mentee, is free to join. The only thing you're giving both sides is just your time. So a mentor is not paid by anybody. A mentee doesn't have to pay anything. It's 100% free. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So to our panelists, I thank you very much. Very briefly, what is your parting, one last thing you would talk about collaboration, and what is the one last thing you would want the audience to walk away with? Please, we will start with you, Primera, very quickly to Barbara, and then to you, Anita.
All right, so parting shot is one, and the only thing I'm going to talk about is that change is real, and technology is shifting really fast. You need to be able to constantly pivot and understand where you're pivoting and get support from mentorship to be able to pivot. Thank you.
Mine is, I always say this, you can do so much alone, but you can achieve much more. By nature, we are from communities, and that should transcend to the businesses with, of course, certain frameworks within which you operate.
Yes, thank you.
Creating opportunities and about sharing these opportunities at every opportune time possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you for increasing our awareness on opportunities, yes, and on collaboration. Very quickly, kindly allow me to invite Maria Goretti Namudu, Product and Customer Success Kanzu Court, and Fatuma Namukasa, HR Manager Okane. Are you here? Please come very quickly and give your testimony. You can take my seat.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fatuma Namkasa, HR. Sorry. Okay. I'm Fatuma Namkasa, HR and Operations Manager, Okani Financial Solutions Limited. So I'm speaking on behalf of the mentees under the Fitspa program. I joined Fitspa in January this year, and I also joined Fitspa Women in Feb. It was actually my birthday. I said this is the best opportunity and gift I could give myself. So when I joined Fitspa Women, it is free of charge. I was amazed. Then my friend behind there asked about how you can meet these women. They are really accessible at any time. Isn't that a privilege? It is so hard to find mentors despite their busy schedules, but they can really give time to you. I personally am going to give you a weird experience with my mentor, and my mentor is the Hidi herself, Madame Josephine Olok. So my funny experience with her, I'll not call it funny, but it was a bit crazy. I missed 2 sessions consecutively. 1 session I forgot. The second session, it was on the census day. I was attending to the enumerator and I forgot still. So she comes in my inbox, Fatuma, I think you don't want to be mentored. I'm done with you. I'm like, what? So I talked to my friend Doreen, I narrate her the ordeal, and she's like, no, Josephine is a very understanding lady. Go talk to her, you get back on board. Guess what? I went and bowed down. I said, Madam, I'm so sorry. She was ready to welcome me again on the mentorship program. And the first time, we bonded together, we solved our conflict, and we were good to go. She gives me time. She takes me like her daughter. She checks on me. Because in my career, I'm into leadership. I want to be a leader. I want to sit on tables where men used to make decisions. Because in the past, men would be in offices, women would be in the kitchen. I was like, no, I cannot be like that. From my region, I'm a Musoga from Kamuli. I said, no, I want to make, a difference. I want to go back home when people are like, wow, we have a girl. So at first we began with mapping. I told her what I want to do. I'm pursuing an MBA, but I don't know what to major in. She was like, no, from the way you're talking, you want to go into strategic leadership. So I'm doing MBA, and I'm going to major into strategic leadership because that is my dream. I want to be a leader. I want to dominate. So she supports me, and I tell her, I want to work in such and such organizations. I admire working with FSD, Financial Sector Deepening, and there is a job post she forwarded to me for HR manager. Unfortunately, I did not get it, but I know I'll get it one time in future. So I want to be a leader in fintechs. I entered the fintech space, it's now 3 years, and I know I'm going to get there because I'm a go-getter. With my mentor behind my back, I know I'll make it. So, Madam Josephine, I thank you so much. You've given me time, and I have a small gift for you today for my mentor. I'm kindly calling you up here to receive a gift from me because you've helped me so much. You've shaped my future. I'm now a resilient girl. I bounce back out of adversities with positivity. Thank you, Madam Josephine.
So, Maria.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a testimony, Fatuma. What a testimony. My name is Maria Goretina Mudu, and I'm from Kanzu Codes, Product and Customer Success. And my mentor is none other than Miss Primera. And I am that person she has been talking about who has to go to her office every Monday. And during this process, I realized that most of the things we are doing, it's about being intentional. You know, people talk about intentionality, but unless you put it into practice, yeah? Because even she told me, I think when we were around the 3rd month, she was like, thank you for coming every day, being intentional, showing up. So once you're given an opportunity by someone like Primera to just transfer their specialized knowledge, right? They have taken decades and years developing that knowledge, and then they are transferring it to you for free. How amazing is that? Yeah. And in my focus of intentionality is the fact that everyone on my team knows. Everyone knows that on Monday, at this time, I'm in transit to go and meet Primera. And from our meeting runs from this time to this time. And even if it ran an hour longer, they give me that because my direct supervisor knows, my CEO knows, the founder knows that Maria on Monday, from this time to this time, don't schedule meetings with her. Don't call her, don't do this, because she's in mentorship. So you have to be really so clear on what you want, and when your mentor gives you an opportunity, grab it with both hands, because the kind of knowledge I have received from Primera in the last 6 months, I don't know where I would have gotten it from, because you do study these things and you know them theoretically, but practicing them, being able to even just sit with her while she invited me once to a meeting, yeah? And she's like, I want you to see how I conduct such meetings. Yeah. So you see real hands-on knowledge of how things are being done. You have a problem, like there's a time I had to have a difficult conversation with my founder, right? And I knew the first person to tell was Primera. And I told her, this and this is happening. How do you think I should handle this? And she told me, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. When you're dealing with such people, this is how you handle it. When you're dealing with this person, don't even bother calling, go and talk to them face to face and tell them exactly what's going on. So this is the kind of information someone will not just offer up because they saw you walking around. Some other thing I've heard from some people today who have been asking me about my mentor is that you look at these ladies and you're in awe, so you're scared. The power scares you. Like, look at these ladies. Look at the front row. Like, you'd be like, even saying a hi. And no, the Fitspa women and these communities, they give you the confidence. They give you the opportunity. Because the people, my team knows about Primera because they knew I wanted to be mentored by her last year. Like, I met her several times, but she doesn't remember. But everyone was like, she would walk into a room and my friends would be like, your mentor is there, your mentor is there. But we had never met. And she would come and say, hi, I'm Primera. And then I would say, I'm Maria. And we would stop there. And everyone was like, why aren't you introducing yourself properly and telling her what you want, telling her what you want? But this community gave me that opportunity that I'm here specifically for mentorship. And I really want to thank you, Primera, so much for giving me your time, your knowledge, your support, and this is for you.
So, in the meantime, I would urge fellow women out there who would like to join Fitspa Women, please come and join us. You'll not regret. You'll not regret. You'll be like us giving testimonies. Fitspa Women for everyone. Then there's a gentleman who asked a question about leaving out men. The error is tell us that we have to coexist. We are not becoming feminists, no. We have to coexist, just like our theme for today, collaboration. Thank you. We shall be obedient and submissive women, but with character and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria and Fatuma. Primera, please stay for a photo. The panelists, thank you very much. I'll now hand over to the mistress of ceremony. The photographer, let's do it very quickly. We have eaten up most of the time. Thank you.
I would like to thank the moderator, Ms. Angel Biarogaba, and the distinguished panel of women on an extremely informative session on Fitspa Women and maximizing collaboration through community, platforms, and resources. This one is specifically close to my heart, as a woman, of course, especially on the note, on one of the key principles, and the keynote, which pertained to the point of open communication, encouraging transparent dialogue and active listening. Because as my friends would probably tell you, I'm a big advocate for this just as a general principle in life. To be honest, there are too many gems to take away from this session. I might not necessarily get into it right now, but let's have another massive round of applause for the moderator and panelists for this thought-provoking, insightful session. Thank you so much, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, we've finally arrived at the final leg of the 6th Fitspa Annual Fintech Conference 2024. I'm sure you'd all agree with me that every single session has been of the utmost standard and quality, but as the saying goes, we must save the best for last. But before I get into that, you'll all be pleased to know that I have unlocked the cocktail bar, so there'll certainly be a cocktail session right after this. I'm sure I don't need to encourage anyone to attend, but please do, because you all deserve it, especially given that it's Friday evening. So please go and let loose and ensure that you have yourself a great time. I'd also like to give another shout out to the sponsors of this event. They must be acknowledged. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, ABI Finance Limited, MTN Momo, UNCDF, New Grid CRB Bureau of Information, Bank of Uganda, FSD Uganda, Innovation Village, FlexiPay, Uganda Insurers Association, Yo Uganda Limited, Interswitch, Standard Chartered, SumSub, Centenary Bank, and of course, today's best music, 88.2 Sanyu FM. A round of applause for them, please. Before the closing remarks, I'd also like to mention that there will be a photo opportunity right after the remarks are given, and this will involve board members, sponsors, and the secretariat team. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as I introduce and welcome to the stage Mr. Varghese Thambi, who is the former Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of DTB Bank, a Director at Grant Thornton, and a board member of Fitspa. Sir, you're welcome to the stage to give the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Rebecca, but you made a slight mistake. I was the MD of DTB for 17 years. I retired on June 30th, 2024, and 1st July I joined with Grant Thornton as director. Thank you. One small correction. Good evening, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. As we conclude this insightful and enriching 6th Annual Fitspa Conference 2024, it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Board of Directors of Fitspa Uganda. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Dave Birch, for your inspiring keynote address, leveraging partnerships and collaboration to drive innovation in Uganda's Fintech sector, as well as on the topic, the future of business in emerging markets. Your valuable insights have significantly contributed to the success of this event and have provided us with much to reflect upon. A heartfelt thanks to Dr. Tune Mansi, Executive Director, National Payment System, Bank of Uganda, for his conversation with Frank Molla, CEO, MDP. KPMG for their wonderful presentation on the highlights of the study on the state of Uganda's fintech industry. Our distinguished speakers and panelists for sharing your expertise and knowledge. Your presentations and discussions have been incredibly informative and engaging, offering us new perspectives and ideas. We also extend our appreciation to our platinum sponsors, ABI Finance, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, diamond sponsors, MTN Momo, UNCDF, gold sponsors, Uganda, Innovation Village, Bank of Uganda, FSDU, FlexiPay, and Uganda Insurers Association. Silver sponsors, InterSwitch and Standard Chartered Bank, and bronze sponsors, Centenary Bank, Samsa Band, Sanyu FM. Your generous support has been instrumental in making this event possible and successful. A special thanks to our participants and attendees for your active engagement and enthusiasm. Your presence and contributions have enriched the discussions and made this event a collaborative success. A word of special appreciation to Ms. Siana Mudu, CEO, and her efficient team. Thank you for ensuring that all our sessions run seamlessly. Your expertise and dedication are greatly appreciated. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the chairperson Fitspa, Josephine Olu, and my fellow directors for their guidance. MCs, I was not sure Ibra was a MC or a comedian. And Rebecca, the media and Sheraton team for their excellent service and hospitality. Your efforts have made everyone feel comfortable and welcomed. In conclusion, thank you all once again for your invaluable contributions and participation. You have made this conference a memorable and impactful experience. Have a great evening and safe travels home. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise for the national anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to go to the cocktail hour. It's commencing. Thank you very much for your attendance. Have a great evening.